They have some people approaching or trying to.
We're about to start our meeting.
This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called to order on Wednesday, March 2nd at 4:05. Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
On the call of the roll, Member Rummold.
Present.
Rummold present. Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Member Copra. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Haynes. Haynes absent. Member Fisher. Fisher absent. Member Hinsey. Hinsey absent. Vice Chair Hyland.
Here.
Hyland present. Chair Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. We have a quorum.
Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 2, welcomes and introductions to Executive Director Leanne Phelan, San Francisco Ethics Commission.
Welcome.
Task Force members, my name is Leanne Pelham, and I am now in my 8th week as Executive Director of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. I was here at your meeting last month. I had hoped to be here at public comment to just simply say hello and introduce myself at that time. Unfortunately, I was a few minutes late, so I appreciate the indulgence to have a chance to say hello this evening and just let you know that I'm here and that I look forward to meeting with each of you and to working with you as our two bodies have a lot of overlapping interests. So I have a lot to learn about the city. I have a lot to learn still about the Sunshine Ordinance and how we can be supportive of a strong and effective one from our end. So I look forward to having conversations with you toward that end. And just really wanted to let you know that I was here starting off and very interested to learn what I can about how we can work constructively together going forward. You may know that the Commission has kind of set its sights high in the next couple of years to reinvigorate some of the work that we're doing, really strengthen and redouble our efforts on the enforcement front to make sure our own procedures and policies are as strong and effective as possible, and also to really rebuild our own policy focus as an organization so that we can help be in front of identifying issues that may warrant legislative or regulatory change. So that's something that we're going to try and build ourselves or increase our capacity to do over the next year or two. And helping to be on the front end of issues that might need our attention is something that we want to be in a position to support all of the city with. So I just wanted to say hello and take an opportunity to introduce myself, hopefully reach out to each of you in the coming weeks and months to get your observations and insights. So thank you very much for the time this evening. Happy to answer any questions if you have them. And Victor knows where to find me.
Yes, just a quick question. Can you tell us a little bit about your background, where you came from before? Just curious.
Sure.
How does one become an ethics person?
Somebody asked me that earlier today. How does one fall into this? I would say that I have probably 25 plus years of working around to open and accountable government. I had started off after college working at Common Cause as a payroll clerk and a political organizer, and got a master's of public policy degree focused, I thought, on economic development, but I ended up at the Chicago Board of Ethics for one summer as an internship. I kept coming back to these issues, I think, like a moth to a flame. But I came to California, which is home, and spent about a year and a half with the state auditor. At then, it was called the Auditor General's Office. It's now the California State Auditor, and did performance evaluations of state operations and programs to determine their effectiveness. And then I spent the following 19 years or so as one of the first staff members at the Los Angeles City Ethics Commission. Like San Francisco, Los Angeles voters had created an ethics commission back in 1991, a broad range of work from campaign finance, ethics, lobbying, disclosure, functions from advice to audits to enforcement. And the last 10 years of my time there, I was executive director. They had a term limit for executive directors of 10 years, so I had reached that maximum, took some time off, spent the last couple of years as director of ethics and corporate governance with the Santa Clara Valley Water District. And in July, left that position and found myself here January 4th. So it's a long and winding road, but it seems to have a very consistent theme, and that is making sure we've got transparency and good, solid reform that works in practice.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if the charter will allow this, but we have some open seats on this commission that we'd love to, if you feel like doing double time.
We want to be able to go to her and not have her here.
You could do both, but perhaps the DCA would see otherwise on that.
It's a bit of a conflict of an interest.
I know.
We would report something to the Ethics Commission.
Yes, that was a joke.
Tongue in cheek. Okay. Member Pilpel.
Thank you. Just two things. Thank you for coming here. I'm certainly aware of the, I forget the name of the document, the Blueprint for Success, the Blueprint for...
Blueprint for Accountability.
There it is. You might want to send a copy of that to the task force through Victor. I think the members might be interested in the initiatives that you're hoping to see happen as part of the budget process. It was certainly a positive change and, a good thing that came through the budget process. And I think that would make an interesting read. It's not long, and I think the members might find it interesting.
Thank you. I'm happy to do that. Thank you for the suggestion.
That would be great. And the other thing, I don't know if you're planning to stay for item 3, but we're going to hear a presentation next by advocates, including former members of this task force that are considering apparently a ballot measure to change the ordinance. I don't want to talk about the details right this moment. We're going to hear about it. But I believe if it gets on the ballot and passes, would change the responsibilities of the Ethics Commission, particularly with regard to enforcement. So whether or not you stay, I would hope that you'd find out about it and see where it goes. Because there's been a fair amount of history, both positive and negative, I would say, between the task force and the commission, particularly in the area of enforcement of decisions of the task force. So it's a continuing source of discussion.
Well, thank you. I did just see that on your agenda, so I do plan to stay for a bit of that and hope I can be there for the whole conversation to learn.
I wanted to say that the document, the amendments as they stand right now, that's available on our website as part of this package. I also wanted to say that I've since my tenure on the task force, I was part of a body that worked with the Ethics Commission to develop policies for the commission hearing and enforcing cases that we bring to your body. I believe this happened maybe 4 or 5 years ago. There were numerous meetings we were invited to for joint hearings. So there should be policies and documents in place. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at those, but those are policies that would be enforced now that have been recently developed and vetted and that we're working under now.
Thank you. I'll take advantage of looking for that. It's one of the many items I'm still wrapping my head around, as they say, but I appreciate that, and I will take a look to educate myself a bit better.
All right.
Through the chair, who was the gentleman who came and talked to us again from the Ethics Committee about reforming some of the ways that we perhaps Member Pilpel will remember his name.
I don't believe it was John St. Croix. I think it was Jesse Minardi, who was the deputy director, acting director, and has since left. He applied for the position that Leanne got, didn't get it, and left. But I think that there's some correspondence that still exists, and Catherine and Garrett certainly know all the history there. And I believe there was, the last time there was discussion at the commission was just over a year ago, and I think there was a memo that Jesse penned to memorialize some further changes in handling of referrals from the task force. So
great.
We can certainly talk about it.
You're helping me do my homework. This is helpful to get
that was quite encouraging. There was some good stuff in there that we hoped would continue, and maybe I don't know if it can be incorporated into your blueprint for success eventually, or it's a separate piece. But that was certainly encouraging sounds from the other side that we appreciated over here.
And also, there was the civil grand jury report that came out about 1.5 years ago that the Ethics Commission and the task force had to respond to a number of the suggestions, and some of them have actually been implemented. For example, the requirement for more city elected officials and department heads to keep calendars that are that are public, to be made public. So there were some other provisions there, or some other suggestions that they had, some of which we agreed with, others we didn't. But I know that the Ethics Commission had a few or more than we did to look at, as your mandate is a bit broader than ours.
Great.
So
Not the whistleblower one, the previous one, the ethics in the city one. Okay.
Great, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all these tips, and I look forward to some of the discussion this evening to listen and learn. Thanks so much.
you're quite
Thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Public comment?
Do we ask for public comment?
An agenda item?
I believe we do need to take public comments on any items listed on the agenda.
Okay, all right. So at this time, is there any public comment on the presentation by
That very
the
specific presentation.
the
only.
the new executive director for the
That you
Ethics
had to have been
Commission?
here for, to publicly comment
Okay,
on
all right.
it.
Public comment on the presentation by the new director of the Ethics Commission?
Yes.
Yes, I do have public comment about that. Hello, Michael Petrellis. I have filed a complaint via email with the new executive director. This is regarding the release of public records from the mayor's office about an October 1st, 2015 meeting in the mayor's office that Willie Brown attended. The sign-in sheet for the meeting, sign-in sheets are my new obsession to request of meetings. On the sign-in sheet, Willie Brown did not list his organization. So I filed this complaint with the Ethics Commission asking them to investigate why the 4 other attendees at this meeting list their organization, which happens to be the East West Bank, by the way. But this one person, Willie Brown, doesn't give his organization information. The Ethics Commission has acknowledged receiving this complaint, and I hope they soon investigate what I believe is a breach of law, in that Willie Brown needs to disclose who he was lobbying for at this October 1st meeting, and I expect great things from the new executive director in terms of delivering real accountability and taking up the issues that she needs to take up regarding Sunshine. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Still have a key to the office?
Nick Pasquariello. I'm not sure how this fits in exactly. I have filed a complaint with Mr. Young against Steve Kawa and Mayor Lee.
Excuse me, this doesn't...
Well, it relates to the mayor's office and their refusal to respond to documents. I think you should...
Excuse me, sir, we were asking for public comment regarding the new executive director of the Ethics Commission. So we'll be having general public
I
comment.
predict this will be coming before them.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm glad you've had this introduction. Unfortunately, I missed part of it. But I can say that based on the Executive Director's background and the state of the unfortunate state in considerable respects here in San Francisco of both Sunshine and the Ethics Commission, there are quite a number of folks who have very high hopes that things may improve. I would like to mention a number of things which I presume the new executive director has been aware of and may acquaint herself with. And of course, there are plenty of people that would be glad to help out with acquainting her with some of the history that we think is important. I think there was a reference made to the civil grand jury report, which, as I recall, was basically called in its title, the Ethics Commission, the sleeping watchdog. This body sent over the years quite a number of referrals to the Ethics Commission, and every one of them, including one of ours, was dismissed. Alan Grossman, who's well known to a number of folks, but particularly this body, filed a lawsuit about that and got an out-of-court settlement. In addition, one of the, shortly after the civil grand jury's report, this body reported a very severe violation against the Library Commission President, Jewel Gomez, and sent it to the Ethics Commission, which then, for the first time in many years, actually took the matter up publicly and sent a letter to the mayor saying that she should basically be dismissed. The mayor did nothing and didn't even have the courtesy to answer the Ethics Commission letter. A number of us went to the Ethics Commission about a year later, and subsequently the Ethics Commission wrote a second letter reminding the mayor about the first letter and about the circumstance, the president of the commission still serving, and the mayor didn't do anything about that either. So we have, as I said, high hopes that things will improve, and wish the new executive director the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on item number 2? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 3, file number 16006, hearing, proposed amendments and updates to Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Chapter 67, via ballot initiative and or other avenues.
All right. By way of brief introduction, the Compliance and Amendments Committee heard this matter at back on February 16th, I believe it was. And at that time, material was included as part of the agenda packet as it was today, with the amendments as they now stand. There's still comments being solicited from attorneys or anyone who wants to comment on what's proposed. But today, for today's agenda item, I've invited 2 former task force members to speak to us to give some background about what is being proposed. So this is for information only and for you to ask questions. Somebody remind me on the process we used. Member Eldon, so we allowed 5 minutes each for... Okay, seemed to be enough time with questions and then inviting members of the public to also comment as well.
Could I...
Member Pilpel?
Yeah, I definitely want to hear from Rick and Bruce and others, either now or after their presentation. I think we should hear from Jerry a bit on the legal parameters of what we can and can't do now or in the future on a potential ballot measure that would amend the ordinance, because I don't want us to do anything that we can't properly do. Do you want to address that now or later? When's a good time?
Let's first hear from
That's fine.
Mr. Nee and Mr. Brugman, and you all, I know it just came today, but we do have a document from DCA 3. So,
Great.
Mr. Nee.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, task force members. Richard Nee, formerly one of you. A few things. I want to give you kind of the highlights of what our initiative hopes to accomplish. And I also want to invite your comments. I mean, the people on the steering committee of our group, San Franciscans for Sunshine, many of them are former task force members. But some of you have been on the task force for a few years now. You have some ideas of your own on what can be done to make the task force work better, what can be done to make the ordinance work better. So we certainly want to hear, before we're done today, if any of you have some ideas that you want to forward to us, by all means. We're here to listen as well as to talk. Also, some of you know my email address, so if you want to email me directly, If something comes into your mind later, you want to contact us, we're happy to hear from you. We want to hear your ideas. Some of the people who have urged getting an initiative on the ballot want to make the ordinance part of the city charter. We would love to do that, but the fiscal and political winds just wouldn't blow in that direction this year. We want to collect signatures. Getting a charter amendment on the ballot would require something like 44,000 valid signatures. Getting it on the ballot, keeping it as part of the administrative code, the signature requirement there is 9,500. Huge difference. Also, it's a matter of campaign finance. Getting 44,000 signatures, we would have to hire signature gatherers, and that's an expense that we just, right now at least, unless some great windfall comes our way, we just don't have that kind of bucks to do it. Even collecting just 9,500, we might have to rely on some paid signature gatherers. So that's yet to be determined. Also, we can expect some opposition to this, as we had in 1999 with Prop G. The difference is, if this were a charter amendment, that opposition will be very well organized and very well financed. Okay. We can expect some opposition, even as is, keeping it as an administrative code ordinance, but nothing to the extent that we would encounter if this was a charter amendment. So, again, we'd prefer to have it part of the charter, but political and fiscal winds just aren't blowing that way, at least not this time around. Maybe in 2 to 4 years. We'll see. We want to make the task force more independent than it is. We want to have a full-time staff that we don't have now. And that full-time staff, the members thereof would be hired directly by the task force. This is going to take some doing. We have to sit down and figure out the specific duties that we want to assign to those staff members, and we would have to decide what civil service levels and salary ranges we would want them to have. So there's a lot of work to be done there yet. We want to have all policy body meetings televised or video streamed live, either by SFGov TV or by the internet. We need to figure out who now is not being televised, so that we would know how much additional staffing and expense that would take. That would be a work in progress. We have to get together with the Office of Contract Administration. We have to get together, get some more information from Granicus, and look at the actual Granicus contract, what it contains. Now, Granicus is the company that does the televising and video streaming duties, so we need to get information on what the contract currently contains. We want to make the task force less vulnerable to sabotage by the mayor and the board of supervisors. I see my time is up. I'm happy to relinquish the microphone or speak further as you wish.
We have questions.
The task force members have questions. So I'm wondering if maybe, Bruce, you could tag team right now, and then we could ask questions of the two of them. Does that make sense?
Through the chair. Was that 5 minutes, or was that just 2 minutes?
That was 5 minutes.
5 minutes,
wow.
yeah. Okay.
He's such a good speaker. It went so fast.
Felt like 2 minutes.
You're
So,
good.
Bruce,
It went so
you
quickly.
want to take
It
up?
went by very fast. I was having fun. Time flew.
We were too.
Scintillating, Rick.
Thank you. I haven't been back here for a long time, so I'm glad to be here. My first meeting, and since I left, I was on the task force for 10 years and a founding member of the task force.
Name?
I'm sorry?
Your last name?
Brugman, Bruce Brugman, sorry. I just ran into the city attorney out in front of City Hall, Dennis Herrera, and he was in his black city sedan, and he said, Bruce, what are you doing out here? I said, Dennis, we came over here to make you a star. He said, what does that mean? Well, we're going to reform the Sunshine Task Force and Ordinance with an initiative. We want you to back it. And he said, fine, no problem. I'll do anything you tell me to do. Seriously, you can check and see what he said.
It wasn't green?
Yeah, I should have taped it, but I wasn't thinking. Anyway, there's a long history here. And since I was the founder, editor, and publisher of the Bay Guardian, starting in 1966, we specialized in stories, investigative stories involving city corruption and unaccountability and the various transgressions of our mayors, Manhattanization, PG&E, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so it became very clear to many of us that one of the things that was needed here at City Hall was some sort of accountability in terms of a people's court in which people who had complaints, they couldn't get into a meeting, they couldn't get a record, they could come to the task force and get an accounting or get a determination. And the nice thing about it was that the task force could ask the department head to come or somebody representing the department, and they would come. Generally, they do. And the questions would be asked by the person who was demanding the explanation and the accountability. So this was the idea, and Terry Frank, who at that time was the executive director of the First Amendment Coalition, formerly the attorney for the California Publishers Association, had written what he called a sunshine ordinance. And it was a good one. And he handed it to me as the editor and publisher of The Guardian. And so we started in talking about it. And we formed a committee, and this was not just us, but it was a citizens group. And we went to the supervisors, namely Kevin Shelley and Roberta Achtenberg and Angela Alioto, and we got an 8-3 majority to support the ordinance. And lo and behold, the mayor, Frank Jordan, signed it. No questions. Boom, there it was. And it became literally a working and living, breathing document. It went back for 25 years. And it is the first and still the best ordinance of its kind in the country, if not in the world. And so you folks here are part of a historic process of government accountability and sunshine in one of the most corrupt cities in the United States of America. I won't go into the details of why I can say that, but I can assure you that I can.
I'm from Boston. I think we got that beat.
No. Well, you have some issues. You have a movie behind you, so that's good. But we have the PG&E Raker Act scandal. Nobody beats that. Biggest scandal in American history. Long history in The Guardian on it. Anyway. The minute something like this comes in, it gets a certain amount of effectiveness because the city attorney is questionable, asks questions, and the supervisors have problems with it. And so as years went by, it began to be eroded. So we went to the ballot in 1999 with a reform petition. And we got signatures, and we did an initiative, and we got it through by well over 50%. Angela Alioto had the great quote. She says, in San Francisco, we vote for sunshine. And that's what happened. Now, many years have gone by since. That was 1999. We're now 2016. There have been all kinds of things that have happened. The city attorney has been, I don't know what the word is, hostile, friendly, hostile, back and forth, passive, aggressive. Maybe that's the right term. I'm not sure. I'm not running for anything, you see, so I can say these things. And I'm saying it as a citizen. I'm not running a newspaper anymore. The vote 6-5 on the Park Merced project, which is a horrible project for those of us out of that end of town who look upon the great mess that project is going to create, is creating, et cetera, et cetera. 6-5 vote orchestrated by a member of the Board of Supervisors. You folks rightly found on a unanimous vote that was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. Bang! The supervisors went to work and put together what I call on my blog an anti-sunshine gang. I could go on, obviously, but the point is, can I just finish it up? Summarize it?
Yes.
Okay.
Real quick.
But the point is that as a result of that plus other things, serious things, the People's Court, which is the Sunshine Ordinance, has been eroded, marginalized, isolated, not covered by the media, not much, and not televised. And so it's now time for it to be amended with an initiative process, and the former task force members have grouped together and been working on this for many, many months, in fact, several years, and they now have got a document that they would like to present. And the first course, we'd like to present it to you first for comment and consideration. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have some questions, but just as part of the background for members who are not as familiar with what's been happening over the past decade or two, the document that is part of the packet that is a culmination of a lot of work, much of it done by the task force. We have a compliance and amendments committee. The amendments, part of that has to do with working on amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. So a lot of what you see there is a result of the work of that body. About, I don't know, was it 5 years ago or so, the full task force put forth a list of about a dozen substantive issues that they wanted to also see as a part of that. So what you see there is not something that the former task force members on their own initiative did. It's a whole lot of people, many of whom
Grew out of.
It grew out of the work of this task force. So I just wanted to give you that background. And now, members, if you have questions for Mr. Nee and Mr. Brugman.
Yeah, I have a quick one. Was there someone else that was going to speak, though?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I had a quick one for Rick.
Okay.
Real quick. You mentioned early in your speech about, you said the charter amendment, just to be clear, is the one that requires like a gazillion signatures or 44,000 or something?
44,000, I believe, is the threshold.
And
Valid, which means...
I know exactly what that means. So you also said that you feel like there'd be opposition to that. Who's going to oppose that? It's not rhetorical. It's really interrogative.
There are.
You're laughing. It's
Well,
not
let me go back to 1999 when we had Proposition G, which gave us the current ordinance. Mm-hmm. The opposition came from Mayor Willie Brown, 7 of the 11 members of the Board of Supervisors, Chamber of Commerce, Spur, the Republican and Democratic County Central Committees, and oddly enough, the San Francisco Chronicle. At the time, it was not under Hearst ownership, but even under Hearst ownership, the Chronicle's view of the task force is, shall we say, quite jaded. And it kind of boggles my mind that a newspaper would want to shoot its own reporters in the foot that way, but it does regularly. So there's your answer. I think, what we are proposing would add cost, yes. And it was on that I think the cost was the primary reason that the opposition came forth in 1999. You will recall that in 2011, 2012, Supervisor Scott Wiener surreptitiously asked the budget and legislative analysts to survey city departments on the cost of sunshine compliance and on how much overtime they were spending as respondents to task force meetings. And one of the conclusions that the budget and legislative analyst came up with was that the total cost of sunshine compliance, that's compliance with city and state laws, was something like $4.27 million, and of that, the compliance with the local ordinance and with dealing with the task force came to something like $997,000. Now, $4.27 million was about 0.6% of the total city budget for that year. And the population of San Francisco is slightly north of 800,000, so that $997,000 came to about $1.24 per citizen per year for compliance, for dealing just with the task force, just for the task force by itself, $1.24 per citizen, per resident per year. I think that's a pretty good bargain myself. I hope that answered your question, Member Fisher.
Yeah, thanks. No, I remember that vote, and I remember it passing in the high 50s, but it wasn't overwhelming.
58 to 42.
Yeah, it was 58. I remember that.
Let me just add to that. The people do support this People's Court, and that's why we won despite the array of opposition. Willie would send out word to the Democratic clubs. Suddenly the Democratic clubs are voting against us. We couldn't figure out why. Well, Willie was sending out the word, even though we would go and talk to them and nobody would be there. Bang, they'd be against us. So there's this kind of atmosphere. And the phrase I like to use is that it's a Mark Twain phrase, is the public is generally safe unless the mayor is in his office, or the public is generally safe unless the supervisors are in session. You know, when you think about it for a minute, there's a bit of truth to that. And this is one of the mechanisms that works. Because normally, if a citizen can't get a record or they can't get into a meeting, and the city, and there's no recourse for them. They have to sue, and I have many times sued, and I finally had to give it up because you go into court here, and the courts generally support the city attorney, and so bang, you spent $30,000 fighting City Hall on a basic issue, such as getting the contract for the Super Bowl that, for example, Sonoma County had, and First Amendment Coalition went into court and got that contract. They had to open it up, and the attorney got $5,000. Now, the problem is nobody wants to do that. The citizen can't come in and suddenly hire an attorney and do all these things, but they can come here to this task force, as many of them had through the years. And they can present their case and see what happens and so forth. The problem, as we all know, has been goes to the Ethics Commission and they do something mysterious with it, but you never hear about it again. But still, it's been aired publicly, and there still is the right to get an attorney. And in the case in Sonoma, they got the First Amendment Coalition to sue, and they won, and they got a major contract that the city had kept secret, which is a contract that everybody should have known what it was, the cost of the Super Bowl in Sonoma. Now, we'd like to know what the cost was here in San Francisco. I suspect that contract hasn't been released here. I haven't checked on it, but I will. The public supports these kinds of things.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. I'm curious why whether you guys took the potential look at approaching it as requiring the custodians of records to actually contribute to, I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this question, but essentially requiring that all government documents themselves be stored on a series of online repositories, and then any documents that should be potentially non-disclosable would get marked such so those could be adjudicated through this commission, but essentially making every document available to all the public, which would not only facilitate easier access to the documents by the public, but also allow departments to more easily obtain important information from other departments without having to themselves request these documents.
Isn't that already part of the ordinance, though?
Not the way I read it, but
I believe it is, and if you give me I have a copy of the ordinance here, and I'll tell you what, let me look through the ordinance and see if I can find that, and in the meantime, some of you might have other questions that Mr. Brugman would like to answer. Let me look at that, and I'll come back to the podium and let you know. But I believe it's already part of the ordinance, if not in the wording that you've given us. I think it's there, and also. The city is actually working on that right now. There is the Committee on Information Technology, which has been around for half a dozen or more years, and they are working on consolidating and upgrading the city's electronic information storage system to make electronic information first of all, make the system more capacious and make it more readily accessible to the public. So again, let me look at the ordinance. I'll get back to you.
Great, thanks. I definitely think that Brugman could address the other question that I have, which is, what is the SF Neighborhood Newspaper Association?
Just that. It's an organization of all the newspapers. Organization.
You're a neighborhood guy. Member Bill Pella, I thought you'd know.
I know.
what
I
it
could
was.
answer.
It's the Association of Weekly Newspapers.
Monthly.
And since, what's your neighborhood? Where do you live?
I live in Bernal Heights. We don't have one anymore.
Used to have one called the Bernal Journal.
Right.
Yeah, nobody
On
reads.
Potrero Hill, the great Potrero
That's a
Hill.
good one, yeah.
Home of the Potrero Hill Martini.
Potrero View.
It's called the Potrero View.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a good one.
And
Noe
where I
Valley
live-
Voice is a good one, too.
Where Ruth Passon used to be the editor.
I would like to know what this has to do with the charter amendment and what the time limit is on this discussion. Because we are not following what is a charter amendment discussion.
Excuse me, yes, this is relevant. We're talking about who is being proposed to appoint members of the body. So,
And the time limit for this item, you have a long agenda.
yes, I understand, and you have a good chunk of that, so I understand you're wanting to move forward, but please allow our guests to speak.
Every neighborhood pretty much has a newspaper. In west of Twin Peaks, it's the West Coast Observer. Doug Comstock is the editor. In the Marina, it's the Marina Times. There's several of these, that's all. And they have a little association. And the reason they have the association is for mutual protection, but also to sell advertising and to work out editorial projects. So in terms of grassroots and grassroots diversity, which we're really interested in getting, they would have a very good grasp on who could represent the neighborhoods with a neighborhood point of view. That's all.
Member Pilpel?
So just two questions for me at this time. First question is, why now? It's been, 17 years. Is there some burning reason why this November, et cetera? So if you can speak to that. And the other question was actually starting to go the same route as Member Wolf about the composition of the task force. There are two different versions that we've seen that looks to different nominating organizations, and the way I read it suggests that there would be more journalists sitting on this body and fewer members of the general public. And I guess I'm wondering out loud if that's really a good idea in terms of public policy, and secondly, if there would actually be sufficient journalists to fill those seats. I mean, I read in today's paper that there are going to be further cutbacks at the Bang papers, and I mean, it seems like, whatever Dean Singleton. Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, whatever Dean Singleton didn't slice out already, they're going to cut out, and they're continuing questions about the viability of the print version of the Chronicle. The Guardian ceased publication in print a year and a half ago. I mean, there are fewer real journalists in town, and
David,
yet
there's only one. They're only calling for one to be the
well, no, there are two different versions that we've seen, and I believe that it suggests changes and increased representatives of the media as journalists on the body. So anyway, those are my questions of the task force composition and why now.
As to why now, two things. Number one, the number of signatures required for an an initiative that's not a charter amendment is 10% of the registered voters who voted in the previous general election. And since in an odd-numbered year, voter turnout is relatively low, that means that there's a relatively low threshold we have to meet this year. That's the first thing. Second, this is a presidential election year. That means we're going to get a relatively high voter turnout this year. And since voters tend to favor sunshine, the higher the turnout, the better our chances of getting this through the voters. That's why we're doing that this year. In terms of Member Pilpel's other question on the composition of the task force, right now the ordinance has seats for 3 journalists. Under what we are proposing, the ordinance would have seats for 3 journalists, period. Right now, you have 1 journalist nominated by the Society of Professional Journalists, 1 nominated by by New America Media, 1 journalist appointed directly by the board. Under our proposal, the number of journalists would not change. SPJ would get 2 seats rather than 1, 2 journalist seats rather than 1. The reason being, New America Media wants to withdraw from the process. They want to withdraw they want to surrender their nominating role. New America Media is a fine, fine organization. We would love to see them continue in that role. But they're just too busy with other things. They're stretched thin in terms of their workload, in terms of their staffing, in terms of their finances. They just can't do this anymore. So SPJ has agreed to take on that nominator's role, agreed to take on that nomination role from New America Media. SPJ would merely supplant New America Media. And in terms of the journalist who is now directly appointed by the board, that would change to have a nomination by the Media Alliance. Now, all those organizations that you see named, this is somewhat fluid because not all of the organizations we've contacted have agreed to do it. As a matter of fact, I got a note from Doug Comstock yesterday saying, don't count on Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, don't count on San Francisco Tomorrow, and there was one other he said don't count on. So we're still looking for organizations that want that nominative role. We're hoping that the First Amendment Coalition will agree to nominate an additional attorney. We think having 2 attorneys on the task force, voting member attorneys who specialize in sunshine law, we think that would be a good thing. So, but again, that list it's right now fluid. We're just trying to get organizations to commit. Public interest organizations.
Allison.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Member Fisher.
Just a quickie, Rick. I mean, I completely agree with you on that. But by requiring the 2 legal attorneys, et cetera, we have a hard enough time getting 1. I mean, when Mark got married, we were stuck for about a year, and before he came on, it's so. While I agree in theory, it's so hard in execution to get people to give up their, what are we on, Wednesdays, and to come in, et cetera. So, you have to almost be careful about the law of unintended consequences or whatever. I mean, look here, we can't even fill the seats.
True, but then you would have at least 2 organizations out there doing the recruiting rather than 1. You have, yes, the constituencies of SPJ and the First Amendment Coalition do converge somewhat, but there is also, I think, enough difference between them that it would actually expand the base of attorneys that they could draw from. Between the 2 of them, there would be more attorneys they could draw from, and in that respect, we think there would be a good chance of getting getting two attorneys to sit on the task force.
What I'm worried about is what we went through when we were missing someone who was physically impaired, and we couldn't meet for however many months it is. I don't want that to happen.
Okay, as a matter of fact, one of the things that I have proposed in the memorandum that I sent around to the Compliance Amendments Committee 2 weeks ago, and that is that language requiring that at all times the task force include a physically disabled member, that language be entirely stricken. We are trying to find an organization that serves the disabled community, that would serve in a nominating role so they could draw from that community. But I totally agree with you that having that requirement in there that at all times the task force include at least one member who is physically disabled, I agree with you totally that needs to be stricken. In 2012, you'll recall, forced the task force to have a 5-month hiatus, and that was disastrous.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Yeah, you could argue that we shouldn't be meeting today because that member is not here. Case in point. Anyhow,
but that member is still seated.
I agree. I'm just making a point there.
Okay.
Quick question. I know there, referring back to that time in 2012 when there were some changes to the voting procedures and the I guess the way the task force was run, and I know there was a lot of background done on that by attorneys and whatnot, which led to the eventual clean out, if you like. Are you addressing that issue, especially given the recent DCA Givernor's position that the SOTF perhaps is outside of a city body and therefore should not have been ruled on in that way? That's something I'm curious about. That's something that's been lingering since 2012. Is that something that's being addressed in your initiative?
No.
Okay.
Member Wolf, and then we probably need to move on, get some public comment and move on.
So I've had the answer to what the Neighborhood Newspaper Association is, but I'm curious why it makes sense to take that role from being appointed by the Board of Supervisors to this organization that their actual organizational process doesn't seem to be particularly easily visible, and most of the newspapers within that group don't seem to frequently have reporting that involves sunshine requests, although very superficial analysis, so I'm just kind of curious.
Two things. As a matter of fact, that was the third organization that Doug Comstock said not to expect. And that is one reason that I put in the name of the Media Alliance. Media Alliance instead of the San Francisco Neighborhood Newspaper Association. Now, in response to Member Wolf's earlier question, I point you to sections 67.21-1 and 67.29-2. Okay. 67.21.1 says it is the policy of the city and county to utilize computer technology in order to reduce the cost of public records management, including the cost of collecting, maintaining, and disclosing records subject to disclosure to members of the public under this section, to the extent that it is technologically and economically feasible. Departments that use computer systems to collect and store public records shall program and design these systems to ensure convenient, efficient, and economical public access to records, and shall make public records easily accessible over public networks such as the Internet. Okay. Skipping over to 67.20, what did I say? 67.27.
Dash
Go
2.
Malaki. Oh, 60, I'm sorry. I
29-2,
apologize.
Rick.
(6727) or 6729?
29-2, Internet Access World Wide Web Minimum Standards.
Oh, here we go, yeah. 6729-2. Each department of the city and county shall maintain on a worldwide website or on a comparable, readily accessible location on the internet information that it is required to make publicly available. So I think, Member Wolf, that should cover your concern. If it doesn't, tell us what's missing.
I think it could be written stronger, but I think that my best course of action is probably to write up what that might look like, because I can't come up with it on the spot right now to make that slightly more stronger worded. But it gets to the same principle, certainly.
Okay. Well, we'd be, again, we want to hear from any of you who wants to make suggestions to us. By all means, we're happy to hear from you.
Great. Thank you.
So the general thrust of the amendments, the proposed amendments, is to clarify provisions that have been unclear, to resolve, ambiguities and conflicting parts of the ordinance, to strengthen it. And so what you're proposing, anything that would make it clearer to the city what will be helpful so that the public can get records easily would be all to the good. So yes, please, everybody, please pass on your ideas,
And should
including
those go
specific
through-
language.
Should those go through Victor or directly to Rick?
It can go directly to Rick.
Okay.
Yeah. Member Pilpel?
So, to Deputy City Attorney through the chair, is now a good time to tell us a little more about what we can and can't do?
Yes, yes, if you would, and then we'll open this for public comment.
Great.
What was this topic? What we can and can't do with what?
About this proposal, because it's a potential ballot measure that hasn't yet been turned in. Anyway, I'll let Jerry talk.
Oh, yeah. That.
Through the chair, to members of the task force, you've been provided a memorandum from the city attorney's office that has a good amount of detail about what is allowed for members of official bodies such as the task force, where a political initiative is going to appear on the ballot. And the rules break down in a couple of different ways. If there is an initiative for which a group of supervisors is going to place it on the ballot, if it has not yet been placed on the ballot, then it's not considered a political campaign at that point. If there's going to be an initiative where signatures are going to be gathered to place it on the ballot, if the committee intending to collect those signatures has not yet submitted it to the Department of Elections for certification so that they can begin to collect those signatures, it's not yet considered a political campaign at that point. So prior to that, any political body can hold hearings about the measure, can express opinions about the measure. If the task force wishes prior to that time to hold meetings where the provisions of the amendments are analyzed, that's permissible. There is some caution around this because the courts tend to look at the distinction between objective analysis and campaigning. And so if the task force is going to hold hearings on the measure and express opinions, then it would be important that the task force consider both the pluses and minuses of proposed changes so that it will appear to be an objective analysis of the provisions of the measure. Once the initiative has been either submitted to the Department of Elections or through supervisors submitted for consideration on the ballot, then the task force itself cannot take a position on the measure. It's then considered a political campaign, and no city resources can be used for the purposes of trying to influence the outcome of such a campaign. However, individual members of the task force can take positions in their personal capacity, and they are allowed also to list their positions as members of this task force, so long as they don't indicate that the task force itself has taken a position. So those are kind of the broad outlines, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions. And I also note there are some very specific examples laid out in the memorandum that I think would be helpful for you to review.
Thank you.
Member
Through the
Fisher?
chair, so I don't know if I don't want to bog this down. Would you prefer that we ask you specific questions offline or right here and right now? I'll make it quick. I'm on the board of a Democratic club, so when we speak about this, it's my First Amendment right. I can talk with my Democratic club members and say, hey, I'm in favor of this. We should vote for this. Is that correct? And my second question is, but I can't go to other Democratic clubs and say, hey, I'm in favor of this. Please vote for this.
Through the chair to Member Fisher, you can do either in your personal capacity. You can advocate for it anywhere you choose, but you would not be allowed, once it's an initiative campaign, to indicate that the task force has taken a position on the measure.
So I could do the asterisk for ID purposes only?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So,
DCA 3.
Member Pilpil?
So if I can just follow up with Chair Washburn and Rick and Bruce, where do we go from here? We've sort of talked now at two meetings, the committee and the task force, about the proposal generally. We didn't really dive into all the details. It's 44 pages and, could grow. There was discussion about having a special meeting to talk about this further. I had heard that they were intending to submit by either mid or end of March. And I'm just wondering what the time frame is and what the, as they like to say, the kids these days, the path forward is on this from here.
Okay, so first of all, one of the things we wanted to do when I put this matter on the agenda was to apprise everyone of what was happening with this initiative campaign, and also to solicit your input because of your background and knowledge and interest in this through the channels we've indicated, by contacting Rick directly or me or working through Victor. So that's certainly one thing we wanted to do. And there was discussion at Compliance and Amendments about having a special meeting that would have to happen, I suppose, before the final version of the amended ordinance is in place. So it would have to happen later this month. And I believe, Victor, you were polling us and didn't get a resounding response, so we don't have a date for that. But I'd like to urge you now, if you are interested in a meeting that's devoted solely to the substance of these changes, to make that known so we can indeed hold this special meeting. And of course, members of the public would be invited to participate as well.
Through the chair, would we need a quorum for that?
Would we need a quorum for that?
Yes, you would need a quorum if it's the meeting of such a task force.
Yeah, the task force, right.
Special meeting?
Special meeting. DCA 3?
Yes, through the chair. I also wanted to note that the chair has asked that I provide legal feedback on the provisions of the amendments. I'm working through that and would expect to have something in writing by mid-March. I would also note that in 2010, there was a similar proposal that was brought forward, and there are written comments that I provided at that time in June 2010 that were related to that particular measure.
I believe Victor accumulated all that and gave it to us early on in the process, but I'll double check to make sure that we have that right. You were here when Rick Nee was chair, and the whole task force voted on, well, like I said, I think it was about a dozen substantive items which are in this current iteration of the amended ordinance.
And through the chair,
Vice Chair Hyland?
Just to make sure that I understand this, as a body, we need to do our work before, and this is addressed to DCA 3, before this measure reaches a certain state. Is that what I'm hearing? And perhaps we can get a better idea of the timetable or schedule of this work to know whether we have to do it in March or whether we can push it back to April. I know we have term elections coming up, but I'm guessing those might be extended depending on the Rules Committee, et cetera, et cetera. But is this something we should try and get done before, some of us are termed out? So I'm just kind of throwing that all out there.
No, it would have to happen before, I think Rules is probably meeting in April next month. So, no, this would have to, we'll have a better sense of the timetable after the next meeting of San Franciscans for Sunshine. But, yeah, this is all going to happen within the next few weeks. DCA 3?
Yes, through the chair, to Member Hyland and members of the task force. The ability of the task force to analyze objectively a ballot measure does not depend on whether it's been submitted or not. You can do that even after it has been submitted to the voters. But there is what can be seen as, in certain circumstances, as a fine distinction between objectively analyzing and campaigning. So that's where the word of caution comes in once it's been submitted for the ballot.
Right. So any analysis after the fact would be pros and cons and that kind of analysis.
Exactly.
Okay. Or looking at the impact. The impact, yeah. Right. Okay. All right. Quickly, and then let's move to public comment.
And I think more fundamentally, if there are suggestions that members of the task force or the public or anybody has on the substance, that all needs to happen sooner rather than later, because once it's submitted, it's sort of in stone. So I would actually suggest that we either have a special meeting of the full task force, or if we only have a limited response, that you consider a special meeting of one of the committees, or that you create an ad hoc committee just for purpose of hearing and discussing.
To be a smaller body.
Yeah.
Right.
So whatever we can turn out in the next 2-3 weeks, that's probably timed at or after when Jerry's memo is available, so that we actually have some further analysis that we can look through.
So perhaps the third or fourth week in March we're looking at. Okay, let's mull that over, and
I'll have another thought after we hear public comment.
Okay, but your input is welcome now. All right. So at this time, I'd like to open this matter up for public comment. And everybody gets 5 minutes.
5?
Should they need?
Yes. Should you need it, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. As I look out over the Sunshine Task Force, I see 2, 4, 6 members, the bare minimum for a quorum. I believe one person just left for perhaps a moment, but we don't know that. It has been sitting today with 7 out of 11 members present. And yes, that's a problem, and that's a problem that was dealt with previously, and as we know, that resolution of that, which Alan Grossman worked very hard on, and which the Sunshine Task Force agreed with, basically was one of the targets for Supervisor Wiener's, and I'm not sure what Mr. Brugman called it, the hit squad or whatever. I would certainly like to alert, I'm sure that the 2 folks who have spoken about Bruce Brugman and Rick Nee certainly know the history of the last attempted changes to the wording and the content. And to answer Member Louise Fisher's question, who is against it? Lots of people, as you heard the first time around. But in the revision that was attempted and approved by this body to go forward to the Board of Supervisors, many of you were not here at the time, many of the current members, that was basically perverted by the supervisors through a process that ended up being so bad in its product that members of the task force themselves, as well as many members of the public, myself included, begged the supervisors not to pass what I would call the perverted version of the changes that they had managed to finally bring forward. So there's, what do they say, a lot of room for slip of the lip between cup and lip. However that goes, a great deal can happen even when you send something that everybody agrees on to the supervisors. And certainly there are strong opponents of sunshine, openly or not. And yes, Supervisor Scott Wiener managed to do a lot, basically, to get rid of every single member of the task force who had requested a reappointment. And the task force was blocked for many months, I believe more than 5 months, from meeting because of that disability issue. What I'm missing here, and I wish we would see the task force do, as well as perhaps others, and that is, I've frequently spoken about doing a survey of the public who has used or approached the task force, including members of the public who have not gone forward with complaints, who've had so-called mediations, who have maybe gone forward with a complaint and not come back. Those people may have something to say about what's working and what's not working with the task force and Sunshine that I think would be valuable, as well as those who have come back again and again. I did want to say that in answer to Member Wolf, there is no requirement for publication of public documents online. I would caution against thinking that that will solve all problems. One of the issues also is, where do you find stuff? How do you find stuff? What's it called? And so on. I am interested in what this body is doing today, because the agenda says discussion and action, but I understood from the chair that this would be information only, so I'm a little unclear myself as to what the purpose is here, and I'm a little alarmed that an action was stated without saying what the action was, and apparently there's no action coming up. And in the glory days, if I may say, The Guardian covered every single meeting. And then cut back to many meetings and coverage of Sunshine, and now there's basically little to no coverage anywhere. I want to say that there's a lot of folks that could speak usefully. I'm very concerned about the custodian of records, and 67.29-2 is completely missing from the draft that you have been provided. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Is there additional public comment?
Hello. Hello, Michael Petrellis. I think brevity is like small. It's really good. So, in terms of brevity, none of us have unlimited time, and I've continually asked this commission to set some time limits for each item on your agenda. You're the ones who are going to be here for hours. I believe this item has taken up 35 minutes of the agenda tonight, and it could go on another 35 minutes because you have not said set any even weak limit to how much time you'll devote to each item. So please think about that. I think that this potential ballot initiative will advance Sunshine in San Francisco. It will educate folks about this commission. It will get the politicians to take stands and look at Sunshine and how we can improve it. So I very much support going to the voters this year in November with a Sunshine ballot. Details can be worked out. One thing I'm very glad to hear both Brugman and Nee discuss had to do with putting the task force on television. I think it is quite shameful of the Board of Supervisors to not have already allocated funds to put the Sunshine Task Force on television. And my last item I want to say, keeping with my own promise of let's keep it brief, Oakland has a central portal that folks go to put their submissions in, their requests in. I can't remember the name. Please Google this terrific portal for public records requests in Oakland. So the public, a member of the public doesn't know who to contact at the health department or the police department. Doesn't matter. The request is submitted to this portal. They take care of it. You get your documents pretty much. I'm getting documents from them. And then they take the extra step. The Oakland City government takes the extra step of putting all the documents that they've released on their website. That is really terrific. And I think eventually San Francisco needs to look at doing something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Wolf.
Why are we giving 5 minutes for public comment?
Because DC agreed.
Through the chair, when members of the public speak on any item for a specific amount of time, as Mr. Bergman and Mr. Need did, all members of the public are allowed the same amount.
Thanks.
It's in the ordinance. Okay.
I was just confused.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, me as well. Is there additional public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. Member Pilpil?
No action.
So do we need to act on this, Victor, to continue this to the call of the chair? Or will we likely have some kind of a special? And then I had a follow-up question.
I would entertain a motion for looking to have a special meeting.
Could we do a quick poll on dates now? Would that be constructive, or should we do this by email after?
Let's, in interest of time, let's
Have the clerk.
have a motion, and then the poll will happen by email.
Okay, motion to continue.
Second?
Is there any public comment on the motion to continue this item
To the call of the chair?
to the call of the chair? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this?
On that motion to continue in the matter to call a chair, Member Rummold? Aye. Rummold, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Hensy, absent. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion is continued to the call of the chair.
And just my
Member
last
Pilpil.
thought on this, and I say this with some reservation. I think the advocates should think carefully about whether, and if so, how, to get input from other city officers, because I can anticipate, I mean, there were issues that came up last year in the context of Prop E. There were issues that came up in the context of Prop G in 1999, that there are folks who are just adamantly opposed to this, period. But there are other folks that want to make it work, and they may have concerns about the language and some of the provisions. And I think there should be some opportunity for folks to say, okay, I get what you're trying to do, but here's some other ways to word it or to make it work. And I think someone should seek out that input at an early and appropriate time.
The steering committee of San Franciscans for Sunshine has actually talked about this very thing, and as we know, Dennis Herrera has said he's on board with this, right?
It's all set.
He's all set. Okay, I am being facetious, but we need to. I understand. Point well
Unfortunately,
made.
he's not the only person in the government.
No, exactly. But any thoughts you have on that, please let us know. Okay.
Made it clear. Thank you.
All right. General public comment? No.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Good afternoon again, Task Force members. Richard Nee. This isn't really within your jurisdiction, but I think it will be of interest to you. Thursday, March 10th, the Society of Professional Journalists Northern California chapter will hold its 31st annual James Madison Awards dinner honoring champions of sunshine and the First Amendment. Information is on SPJ NorCal's website, spjnorcal.org, and I hope to see a lot of you there.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. If I haven't said it clearly enough previously, I'll say it again. This body has not done what's required under the law with respect to providing a hearing on complaints. That is the last 2 complaints that Library Users Association filed. The body evidently started following rules that it hadn't even discussed and certainly hadn't approved, but which were in the draft new complaint procedure. And that was to apply a vague standard if this complaint repeats issues, and I put that in quotes, whatever that means, and whatever the definition was, it was certainly not clear, that were previously dealt with, then there doesn't need to be a hearing. And that's exactly what has happened to our last 2 complaints. No hearing. Certainly no hearing that followed your rules, no hearing that followed the law, which says folks who submit a complaint are entitled to a hearing. One of the astonishing things was that the administrator cited one of our prior complaints that had been withdrawn as a supporting document for why the so-called issues had been so-called dealt with previously. Well, they had, even if that complaint that was withdrawn had dealt with the item in one of the complaints, which was a memo, and it didn't. It dealt with surrounding issues. That complaint had been withdrawn. And from one of the members here, I believe it was Vice Chair Hyland, he said, "We've seen that memo." When this was discussed as part of the administrator's report, well, you had seen that memo, and good for you for reading the materials that were in previous agendas, but that complaint had never been heard. That complaint that was cited as a reason for not hearing the new complaint. So I would certainly request a real consideration of what we have asked for, which is 1, a rehearing, and 2 complaints, which have never been placed on your agenda as they should be if you are serious about consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
In February, I appeared at the Compliance Committee for the Compliance Committee to hear about enforcement of an order of determination from December 2nd, 2015. The file number was 15120 against against the MTA. At that hearing, the Compliance Committee ordered or requested from MTA documents that they had not provided to me and set a deadline of 5 business days. I never received those other documents. In other words, they violated if that was an order, they violated your order. If it was a request, they ignored your request. So I need to know how to proceed with that matter. Should I come to the next Compliance Committee meeting?
I would contact Mr. Young about this.
Okay.
And he and I will work together to determine what to do, but it sounds like this needs some follow-up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment?
Hi. That's it.
Hello, Mike Petrellis again. I want to say that this commission has had an impact already on the complaint I filed that's coming before you soon enough against the police commission, which is soon starting to meet down the hall. They have taken a number of steps to improve their agendas, okay? Unfortunately, at the last meeting, they fell back into their old ways, which was they introduced a new deputy of a new, they announced the formation of a new division within the department about police accountability and community relations, and then that lieutenant came up and spoke. This item was not on their agenda, yet it took up a good 15 minutes of their time. So they're doing some good stuff, but occasionally they're falling back on their old ways, and that's not good. I also want to say that I've had trouble with the New York City Police Department in terms of getting documents from them, and unfortunately there is no Sunshine Ordinance Task Force back east. They do have an internal divisions unit that has not produced the documents that I want from the New York City Police Department, and I'm mentioning this because it's a reminder of how terrific we have it here with this Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. The last item is I want to thank each of you for this civic commitment that you're performing right now, and for those of you who've been around for a while, thank you very much for your years of civic commitment. You're not getting paid to do this. I believe you are really helping local democracy. I don't know how you can listen to me and some others on occasions like we tend to go on, but you're still here, and I really think that we all owe you a debt of gratitude. So I'm keeping it under 2 minutes. I'm out of here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
We've been committed. Thank you.
All right. Seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call item number 4?
Item number 4, file number 15095, complaint filed by Daniel Tomaskovic against Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely and or complete manner. To provide an overview, the Education Outreach and Training Committee recommended that the task force has jurisdiction and find that a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 occurred. The Public Works Department appeared to have overlooked the IDR portion of the request, and they thought that they had 10 days to respond. They further stated that if they had known it was an IDR, that they would have requested an extension of time due to the voluminous nature of the request.
All right. Could I ask somebody who is Vice Chair Hyland?
Sure. Through the chair.
I need to make a disclosure on this item first.
Excuse me. All right.
Let's
Member
start with
Pilpil.
Yeah. Just to disclose on the record that Mr. Tomaskovic did contact me a couple of times last year I think it was in relation to this complaint, just with questions about our general process, and I answered those questions. I didn't opine or really discuss the substance of the complaint, but merely gave him an understanding of the procedures that we use.
Okay.
That's all.
And through the chair, and luckily for you, you chose to be at another meeting rather than this meeting, so you ended up missing this item anyway, so I see no conflict.
Yes, there was something happening about the Super Bowl that day.
Touche.
And didn't involve tickets or anything.
Anyway.
Okay.
Just keep going.
Vice Chair Hyland, would you,
So-
do you care to
Sure.
add to?
Yes, pretty much, it was pretty clear cut. I think in talking to Mr. Spitz, we pretty much worked out that we think this took place at about the same time that we were having the other long case with Public Works, where there was, a breakdown in their process. I think since then they've obviously made steps to recover. I'm referring to the refresh my memory, Member Pilpel. It's the what's the case that did go before ethics as a result of this? Was
No,
it this?
was that the thing about the not construction, the
record, the
claims that we heard several times
Wasn't
regarding
it the guy with the
Yes.
house in Potrero Hill or
Yes,
something?
it was that gentleman.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
That gentleman.
It
So
was,
I think we determined that
Nico or Nico.
Nico, yes. Thank you, Member Fisher. I think we determined that Micah Rangel. There we go. All right. This was taking place about the same time, and we've already established that Public Works has some improvements to do to their system, and we didn't get into too much more than just to acknowledge that yes, we have jurisdiction. Yes, there were violations. And my recommendation would be to just log that for the record, but no further action, because many of those things are being and have been taken care of as a result of the Rangel and other cases.
Okay, all right. Did everybody get that? Okay, so is there anyone here?
Do you want to make a motion? Take the committee recommendation?
Yes,
Right, okay.
we can have public comment on that.
Do I have a motion to accept the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all right. At this time, I'd like to hear from the parties to the case, if they're here. Our procedure is to allow you 3 minutes each,
I'm
not to rehear the case, but to add anything. Okay.
They're here.
I'm not seeing anybody, so at this time, is there any public comment on the motion before us? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll?
On the motion to adopt the recommendations of the Education Outreach and Training Committee to find that a violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 and 67.25 occurred, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. And I would like to note that Member Copra, Haynes, and Hinsey are absent. The motion passes.
And through the chair, with recommend no further action on it. No.
Right, I won't refer this to anybody.
Could I just ask, though, on the, thanks, Bruce, come back anytime. Love to have you. Yes. Great having you in the room.
Item number 5.
Sorry, on the final order on this, if we can add Director Nuru to the CCs. He wasn't on the initial. And if we could just be sure to notify department heads, both with the recommendation and with final orders. Otherwise, I'm fine. Thanks.
Item number 5, file number 15166, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 for failure to respond to a request for public records submitted via Twitter in a timely and/or complete manner. The Education Outreach and Training Committee recommended that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction and finds that recommends that there is no violation of the Administrative Code, Chapter 67.
All right. Vice Chair Hyland, would you like to add to?
Sure, and
this?
perhaps Member Wolf, you can help me out here. Member Pilpil, were you back for this one?
Actually, I think this one did not go to EOT. I think this is an error. I think this one, based on the vote, I think this was at compliance in January that you chaired.
No, I remember this.
Mine.
I remember this one.
Well, then,
The names on the order are
Something's
wrong
wrong.
because I don't recall this case.
No, this was at EOTC. I do
okay,
remember.
then it was EOT and the vote is wrong.
The vote is wrong. That needs to be corrected.
Okay.
And not to beat a dead horse, but that's because you weren't there for this particular item.
No, actually, I was. I think this was the one where we discussed the use of Twitter and the police department didn't respond.
So you're back from your moonlight?
I was back from moonlight, yeah.
Okay, I've had my pound.
And the issue was whether or not they were required to respond to a records request submitted via Twitter. I believe complainant Petrellis' perspective was that they should, and I think the view of the committee was, yes, they should, but it wasn't actually a violation because they're not required to. It's not one of the specific channels.
Yeah,
and so,
to summarize, and Member Wolf, help me out here. I think we determined that there was adequate ways to form an IDR or information request. That at this point, Twitter has not been dealt with in many shapes and forms, and the brevity and the brevity, by nature, the brevity of having to write a tweet and whatnot doesn't, I don't think, give the departments a fair indication that this is an IDR, et cetera, et cetera. So I think our recommendation was to that there was no to find jurisdiction, but that there was no violation. I think I said.
Yeah, I mean, I think that about sums it up. We actually looked to the specific language of how requests could be submitted, and I think the use of the term electronic mail was used, if I remember correctly. And we decided that Twitter did not constitute electronic mail. Beyond Twitter, we recognize that there's various other forms of social media communication that could pose more challenging places to file a public records request. So if a city department had a Snapchat, I don't think Snapchat in particular came up, and you ask a question on a Snapchat which automatically deletes after 24 hours and can't be saved, this would create problems. So the entire social media realm is something that isn't addressed in the language of the Sunshine Ordinance, and the variability of each of those pathways makes it difficult to make them all equitable.
Right, and that in the future it might be incorporated, but as it stands now, we found no violation. That was our position.
Okay. So do I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the EOT / complaint committee?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So Mr. Petrellis is here. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Michael Petrellis again. I'm glad I brought this complaint before the task force because we have new media, new ways of communicating, new ways of creating records. And even though I've lost on this matter, I think it was really good to figure out what the issues are here. Regarding social media and the police department and how they deal with public documents and all that. In a few moments, the police chief is talking about social media because I've been pushing him to make a written policy. They don't have a written policy about social media, but yet, thanks to a public records request, I discovered there were at least 18 San Francisco Police Department officials who have official Twitter accounts. They are all over social media without any written guidelines. and I believe part of the reason why the chief has this item of social media and the police department and all of its ramifications on his agenda tonight, in part, is because this task force heard the complaint. And I'm blanking on that guy's name right now. He's in charge of the public relations department. But he came here and he had to start thinking about these issues, and we're seeing the fruits of the task force's labor down the hallway. So I'm saying thank you for providing this venue for this matter. Thank you.
So his name is Sergeant Michael Andrzejczak? Andrzejczak, okay.
That's right, yeah. It's a hard one.
And this is apropos to Member Wolf wanting to, propose some new language for the amended ordinance. I mean,
Through the chair, I think we have a file open. Is it an EOTC about looking at how to address new forms of media, some stuff that hasn't even been invented yet? But I think that should be an ongoing file, and we should keep dusting that off and adding things to it.
And I think that those are both parts of making sure that we have an up-to-date amended sunshine ordinance as possible. But the how the city makes its information available and how we can how the people can contact the city to request information are sort of two sides of.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Through the chair, perhaps we can send Member Pilpel to the police chief meeting so he can fill us in on what's going on there.
Happens at the same
Since
time.
I have extra
That's my
time on
point.
my hands.
Oh,
Okay,
that was very clever.
I've had my pound of flesh. I shall say no more.
I just get nervous when there are only 6 people here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there someone here from the police department that wants to speak on this particular item? You're not required to. You may be here for another item, but.
And the recommendation was to find no violation.
So we're finding no violation because of the nature of Twitter, but what a fascinating idea. So a lot of ideas. This was an interesting read. I wasn't at that meeting. So is there any additional public comment on this motion to find no violation on this fascinating matter? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll?
On the motion, Member Romold?
Aye.
Romold, aye. Member Eldon? Aye. Eldon, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher?
aye.
Fisher, aye. Hinsey, absent. Vice Chair Hyland?
All right.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item number 7. File number 15163, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Steve Kawa in the mayor's office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to completely comply with requests for the calendar of Chief of Staff Steve Kawa. This matter was heard by the Education Outreach and Training Committee on January 11th, which referred the matter to the task force for a hearing.
So what should be listed as A and B there, I think, is first jurisdiction, so I would so move to find jurisdiction.
Second?
Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none, without objection. Okay, now we'll have a hearing on the matter. So, Mr. Petralis, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. The issue here is the mayor's office is claiming they received guidance. We've not seen any written guidance that they've referred to from the city attorney's office that allows members of the mayor's staff to keep records such as calendars for only 2 weeks. The committee wanted more information from the mayor's office, and I see there are 2 folks from the mayor's office here, and I can't wait to hear from them regarding this carve-out that they're claiming exists, this carve-out from sunshine law that permits Steve Kawa from retaining his calendars for more than 2 weeks. I also have to say, this is a burden on the public to have to file a request every 2 weeks for a calendar. It's really not fair to the public. We need to see what is in writing from the city attorney that the mayor's office says gives them this exemption. We also need to find out exactly what the mayor's policies are regarding public records retention. And one thing that I discussed with my boyfriend was the servers. Steve Cowa, I believe, is creating his agenda on a computer, a city infrastructure, and he says he's deleting it for 2 weeks. Well, I'd like to know exactly what the policy may be regarding the servers. And if the public record of his calendar has really been deleted. That's what I think this is all about. And I think I'm going to cut myself off at 2 minutes here so we can hear from the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there someone here representing the mayor's office? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there one here to offer evidence and facts or evidence in support of the complainant?
Let's hear from the mayor's office.
Okay. Now, the mayor's office. Sorry.
Hello, honorable members. My name is Kirsten McCauley. I'm here with the Mayor's Communications Office. As we've said when we were here about a month ago, our office completely complies with our records retention policy, that we do have approval with the city attorney's office. You can see on the document, I believe I sent to you guys, which I also sent to you guys maybe a year ago, our records retention policy. On the back, there's approvals, and the city attorney's office did approve it. We did work with the city attorney's office on our records retention policy. A lot of this was and a lot of my meetings, I do pretty much all my meetings with the city attorney's office. I do work with them on 90% of our records requests, and they do require a lengthy explanation. We call each other all the time, and I meet with them in person with staff at the mayor's office, not just me. So we do have meetings in person and over the telephone. And then, so I guess what we just like to say is that we comply with the records retention policy, and we have been, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent, the mayor's office? Okay, seeing none, the matter's with the task force for questions.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland?
I just wanted to provide a little bit of background on what we talked about, or maybe we should just let the task force come to their own conclusions, because this case quite interested me, and I think there's some problems with it, which is why we referred it to you. But Member Wolf or Member Pilpel, did you have any? I think there was some frustration we felt on their answer that the calendar is systematically deleted every 2 weeks. I think that's what it came down to. Member Wolf?
Well, I mean, it's less that it's systematically deleted every 2 weeks. If there had actually been a line of code built or a macro built into their software that automatically deleted 2-week-old entries, that would actually probably be a more defensible situation, but they actually go in manually, as I understand it, about every 2 weeks, but it didn't seem to be like every single day, and delete old entries in order to make the calendar cleaner, but nobody has a reason. If they're deleting everything from it, why do you need to make your calendar cleaner? Like, in essence, he's saying that it's like adding data, but like none of the arguments as to why this was a necessity, other than like some sense of tidiness, were ever presented to us.
Agreed. And through the chair, I think for convenience, I think was the word we kept hearing. And our question for the community to consider is, whose convenience? Certainly not members of the public, certainly not ours. And who doesn't keep a calendar and look back a year from now to see what you did last time when, events that come up I'm sorry, that's just mind-boggling. And that's why we referred it to the full committee. And I'd like to hear more from Mr. Nacita, who I see in the back there, about exactly that, and have him restate to you what he said to us. And I think you'll find some discrepancies there.
Okay, Member Pilpel.
I think this is the other case that I was absent for, and don't anticipate that that'll happen again. I'm actually interested in the questions that our Deputy City Attorney prepared on page 129 and 130. I thought that was actually pretty direct and straightforward, and I'm wondering if Ms. McCauley or her colleague could address them.
Okay.
Could we have that happen?
Especially if I can, the last bullet, like what if
Yeah, I mean,
need to reconstruct?
right. I mean, the bottom line is Mr. Cava is the mayor's chief of staff. He's a pretty important guy around this building and for the city. He's not some low-level person.
Like us.
He may have, well, whatever. I mean, he may have started out as a legislative aide, but he is certainly the mayor's chief of staff. And I can definitely envision for legal and other purposes the need to determine later on how he spent his time. And so the question of a calendar that he might maintain or that they might maintain for him, separate from the department head requirement under 29-5, I think is germane. And so it's a fair question. Anyway, I'm just wondering if they can address those questions.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to start. So we have the facts before us. We know what exactly happens with those calendar entries, and then we can talk about.
Well, I'm not sure that we know exactly how that happens.
No, we don't. So that's why so I'm saying let's find out what exactly happens. And DCA 3 has listed these questions. They're very straightforward, I think. So we'd like to have them answered for us
Through the
now.
chair, I
Member
have,
Fisher?
Yeah, through the chair, I actually have a question for DCA 3 or maybe Mr. Rummel. There's someone who has some legal background, but this seems to be coming under I'm getting the sense that through the letter of the law, obviously Mr. Cava has access to expensive lawyers and knows this is probably within the letter of the law, but in terms of the spirit of the law, I mean, is that what we're kind of looking at here? It just seems kind of slippery to me.
I'm not sure that we know that yet. I think we need to, but whatever.
I would think that Mr. Cava has way better lawyers than a lot of people, and this is probably an interesting little interpretation of the law that is probably okay. Mr. 3, do you have any comment on that at all, given that you're from that office that represents them?
Sure.
Through the chair to Member Fisher, I don't know what direct advice Mr. Cava has received from the city attorney's office on this issue. It's not something that I would be privy to. There's an ethical wall between those different parts of our office on these issues that come as complaints to the task force committee. What I would say is that what I understood Ms. McCauley to say was that the mayor's office believes that the deletion of calendars is permissible under their records retention policy. When I look at the records retention policy of the mayor, there's several broad categories of documents, and there's no specific call out of calendars. So what that tells me is that the mayor's office is interpreting the calendars as coming under one of those categories that allows it to be disposed of at the convenience of the custodian of the record. But there's nothing, as far as I can see, examining that specifically says a calendar can be deleted in such a fashion. It's an interpretation.
And through the chair, if I could ask a follow-up question to DCA 3, just a general question. Is their records retention policy, is it at odds with the Sunshine Charter?
Through the chair to Member Highland, the only requirement in the Sunshine Ordinance that deals with retention of records is one that says that the records shall be kept in a businesslike and professional manner. That's a rather vague and broad requirement, and as it's typically been interpreted by myself and other members of the city attorney's office, those businesslike and professional manner of keeping it are really referred to the general legal requirements for records retention, which are in the Administrative Code, Chapter 8. So that's why I included that provision as part of the law that you can take a look at.
Through the chair to DCA 3, is there not a time provision requirement, like records must be maintained for X amount of years?
I think it says 2 weeks.
If a record is qualifies under the definition of a public record in Section 8.1 of the Administrative Code, which is not a part of the Sunshine Ordinance, but sets out the records retention requirements for public records in the city of San Francisco. If it is in that section, then there is a minimum amount of time that it has to be retained. Just 1 second.
Page 136 of the packet, second bullet, I think is what you're speaking to. And the answer is 2 years.
That's what I remember.
You know, I'm going to have to take a moment to find that amount of time. I believe it's 2 years, but I'm going to take a look. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
On page 134 of our packet, you can see the text of Administrative Code Chapter 8. It's a very short paragraph.
Just that one second.
Where it's defining records, and there's a clause that's interesting. They're in connection with the transaction of public business and may have been retained by the department as evidence of the department's activities.
Boom.
I would think that a calendar is evidence of activities.
And through the chair to DCA 3's other point, the recreation of records down the road, how is that going to be possible if that calendar is being deleted, destroyed, whatnot every 2 weeks? Is that not irresponsible? I would say that is unbusinesslike record retention. But I think it really revolves around what we see a calendar as. Does it rise to the 8.1 as a record? I think it does. I think once we answer that question, I think the rest follows. I see Member Rummel shaking his lawyerly head over there.
And also, we have in the ordinance that the calendars of elected officials, department heads, and so forth must be maintained, made public, must be informative. We have all kinds of language regarding that. Now, this person is not one of those enumerated people, but is, very important. And just thinking about, I just wanted to say one more thing, thinking about what a calendar is and how we all use them. It's weird to delete what you did 2 weeks ago and keep doing that. I don't know. This is just me off the top of my head using my...
Well, it's a historical record for us.
Yeah, exactly. Member Wolf?
If we look at the records retention policy and identify, it's the page 136 where it says letter B, that records and other documents or materials that are not expressly addressed by the attached schedule may be destroyed at any time provided that they have been retained for periods prescribed for records for substantially similar records. And I'm assuming that that is the clause that they're identifying with. However, my understanding of substantially similar records is that we have a prescription for how long elected officials are supposed to maintain their calendars. That seems to have a direct analog to this item, and therefore they should be maintained under the substantially similar records.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I know there's been some changes in how public officials' calendars are now recognized, and perhaps their retention policy is out of date. I'm not sure if we're there yet on that. And I think the other small thing we need to decide is where exactly does Mr. Kawa fall within, as Member Pilpel said, not a department head, an employee, where is he in that strata? And, I think if we can nail that down and then nail down the other item as to whether this is a record under 8.1, those two things will allow us to proceed further.
If I may?
But I still think we need to have the
Yeah.
specific questions asked. Okay, let's find out what really happens
Could I
there.
address some of those points and then hear from them? Because there was some of this
Quickly,
back and
okay.
forth. So yes, and I'm definitely interested in hearing from the mayor's office on this. A couple of points. Since we were talking about amendments earlier, just as some legislative background on the Prop G amendments in 1999, since this was something that I was involved with, the intention behind Section 67.29-7 was not to supplant the records retention scheme of the city in Chapter 8, but to reinforce it, that record retention policies and schedules should be maintained by each department head, that there's a whole, I mean, 8.1 is part of it, but there's a larger statutory scheme about what constitutes records and how long they have to be kept in this sign-off from various folks. The intention was to reinforce that and say that departments need to comply with the record retention laws, that we weren't going to rewrite them as part of Sunshine, that was not, that Sunshine was about public meetings and disclosure of public records, not retention of public records per se, that was already covered in Chapter 8. So that's a little bit on that. I do have some issue here with the line under administration for general correspondence that says NA, which suggests that they would have no retention period for general correspondence. I think that ought to be 2 years, consistent with language elsewhere. But the clever point for the moment, I think, goes to Member Wolf for the substantially similar issue, and to the extent that Prop G calendars are substantially similar to a calendar that any other officer or employee of the city would maintain, that a 2-year retention period would be appropriate. The mayor, in my opinion, is the only official in the mayor's office that's required to keep the Prop G calendar. He's the department head for purpose of the ordinance. He's the Prop G calendar guy. If anyone else, however, keeps a calendar related to their transaction of public business, particularly if it's using public resources to create and maintain that calendar, then I think a retention period of 2 years at a minimum should be required for that record. But why don't we go to the mayor's office?
Okay, so we're asking you to respond to some specific questions about what exactly happens with regard to this calendar.
So my colleague, Carl Nacita, can address those questions related to procedures of the calendar. But I just want to make note really fast that we had just had a meeting with the city attorney's office, an all-staff meeting with the city attorney's office last week, and they did not recommend or advise us to make any edits to this, but we're happy to discuss that.
Make any edits to what? The retention?
Yeah, we went over.
Well, but did you tell them that you were deleting calendars? Like that, it's not addressed in the records retention.
They help us draft
specifically.
all of these responses. They're aware of everything that goes to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, as well as 90% of the public records that come into my office.
So you told them that you were deleting calendars on a rolling basis?
Like I said, they are aware of the requests that come into our office.
What else? Hear from Mr. Nacita. One thing at a time.
Let's figure out what's going on. Sir, would you address these questions?
Sure. Good evening. I'm Carl Nacita, assistant to Mayor Lee's Chief of Staff, Steve Cava. So I'm happy to answer your questions. The first one I see, does Cava personally delete his electronic calendar entries on a rolling basis 2 weeks after an appointment has been completed? As Steve's assistant, I'm the person in charge of managing, creating, maintaining, and updating Steve's calendar. So it is not Steve personally deleting his electronic calendar entries. I'm the person that manages his calendar. So that answers number one and number two. I also want to throw in here that...
when is that done? Sorry?
About every 2 weeks. It's not an exact 2-week rolling basis, but in general, every 2 weeks.
You do this manually? You don't have like a cron job or a macro or a software that
I do
does
it manually in Outlook.
And why?
General organization and housekeeping. I mean, I think.
Tell us.
I think.
It's so that you don't have to keep it. We know that. We get that. It's okay.
No, I'm saying that.
Oh, I don't get it.
I don't either.
What is the housekeeping?
So that a guy like Mr. Petralis can't ask for the information, and we all know this.
So I want to say here, though,
if that is the reason, that's insane.
Well, I want to say here.
Say that.
Excuse me. Okay, one person at a time.
Sorry.
Through the chair, my apologies.
If I can say here that because of Mr. Petralis' interest in Steve's calendar, I mean, this issue hasn't come up before, because of his interest in Steve's calendar, he has no problem keeping it. We will keep it indefinitely moving forward. We have been responding every 2 weeks to Mr. Petralis' new sunshine requests for Steve's calendar to avoid the hassle, as Mr. Petralis said earlier. We'll keep it indefinitely.
That's encouraging.
So I'll continue with the questions now. Is any physical copy of the calendar printed out that maintains the deleted entries? No. If not, how would Mr. Cava reconstruct his meeting schedule at a later date if that became necessary? In my experience, 2 weeks was adequate time to look retrospectively to schedule any follow-up meetings. But moving forward, I'll have it for a longer period of time now.
And then there's further questions.
But there's some more questions.
Oh, yeah. Can the calendar records deleted from Cava's computer be recovered by the Department of Technology from city servers? I actually don't know. I think that we've been advised, and maybe Kirsten could answer this better, that we in general do not have to consult with the Department of Technology to recover records from the city servers. But my honest answer is I don't know.
It was a technical question of can they, not should they be, or did you, or blah, blah, blah. But I
don't know that either, yeah.
Fair enough.
Were any of the records at issue erased by the mayor after receiving the records request? No. Is this a policy of the mayor's office generally with regard to staff calendars, or is it particular to Cava? It's particular to Cava. As you discussed earlier, through our interpretation of our records retention policy developed with the city attorney's office, calendars are created for the convenience of the user, therefore have no records retention related to them.
And does the city attorney know that that's your interpretation?
We
have interpreted calendars as matters only created for the convenience of the person using them, and
yes.
They have acknowledged that it's fine for you to delete them once destroyed.
We've discussed this particular sunshine request in subsequent hearing with the city attorney's office, and I think
they
it was
agreed with you.
Yes. Yeah.
Anything? Keep going.
Does Cava or the mayor have any other records responsive to the requests that were not produced? No. And I can't answer the last question, why was it necessary to take additional time to respond to the IDR if the only responsive record was a blank calendar for which the entries had already been removed? Kirsten?
So every request that comes in, it's a process. I first read it and make sure that I understand the request, but then I send it to the appropriate staff that I believe would have those records. Sometimes it takes me a while to get answers back. They also need to review their files. In this case, it probably, actually I don't know about this case, but it did come back to me after a few days. So before the time was up, I responded and that we needed additional time because Mr. Petralis, as you know, I've definitely responded to you within a few hours on some requests if I have that document on my desk where it's easy to locate. But in this case, it was not. I have to ask staff to review their files.
Member Pilfall.
So follow up to Ms. McCauley. Looking at page 146 and 149 of our packet, it looks like the original request from Mr. Petralis came in Wednesday, November 18th at 11:37 a.m. Then going to the calendar printout, which conveniently shows, I guess, whatever this is, Outlook or something, shows in the bottom right corner, 11:18 of 15 at 12:39 p.m., roughly an hour later, somebody printed out those calendars, and yet your response the following day on the 19th at 4:50 p.m. said that it will require staff to conduct a review of files. What review of files was required if the actual calendar was reviewed and printed out like an hour after the request came in and yielded nothing and probably could have been turned over at that time, showing the nothing and maybe with an explanation of the nothing? I'm having a lot of fun talking about the nothing. But.
They do go through a review process for several other people, too. I'm not just the only one that reviews them.
Well, okay, in this case, if the calendars yielded nothing, what was there to review? There certainly was nothing to redact because there was nothing being disclosed, simply blank calendars.
That's true. I'm not sure.
Tell us
I mean,
about
this
that.
was November.
I'm fascinated.
But do you remember, Carl, if we worked with the city attorney's office on this one? I don't know. I'm sorry. A lot of times, like I said, 90% I work with them to draft a response. So this could have been, or it could have been through the review process through our office.
Okay, well then tell me what this means. It will require staff to conduct a review of files. What were you thinking? What files would be required to be reviewed a day after you'd gotten the thing and when somebody had already yielded calendars showing nothing? What further review was needed? I'm fascinated. Help me.
I don't know if I received them at that time. I don't remember. This was in November 18th.
Do you keep notes on Sunshine requests to indicate what you do and what others are doing to satisfy the requests?
I do not take written notes, no, but I do, when it comes in, I usually check with the entire mayor's office staff. So at that point, not this particular one, but the only notes that I have are checked off who's responded to me and who I need to follow up with.
So in this case, who would you have checked with to respond to Mr. Petrelis' request on the bottom of page 146?
Carl, Sally, and Steve.
Okay, I don't know who.
Well, Carl and Sally respond for Steve.
Okay, I don't know who Sally is, but I'll just assume that she exists. So if
the
they
executive assistant to Steve as well.
Okay, so if either one of them responded to you by the next day saying, "Here's the calendar, we just printed it out," what further review of files would be necessary? I mean, I'm trying to understand if you properly invoked a 10-day extension or if this was, somewhat bogus.
Yeah, no, I understand. I do need to check with Sally as well and make sure she didn't have any records. And then, like I said, we review it. It goes through a review process in our office.
So in this case, what I get the general. Talk about the specific. What happened here that would have required an additional 10 days?
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland?
I see where Member Pilpel is going with this, and we can certainly tack on the timeliness violation, and I would add that. I think I'm getting ready to maybe move towards a motion, and perhaps we should have rebuttals so we can get to that in the interest of timeliness. But I am encouraged by Carl's response that they are able to forthwith, and have been forthwith, keeping calendars longer. That's, I think, an encouraging step. I think personally that 6729.7 and 8.1 both apply. I think both of them cover calendars. Now, our interpretation might be different than the city attorney's, but I think that's our prerogative to potentially interpret it that way. Go ahead, find the violation, stack them up, and see where it goes from there. That's kind of where I'm feeling right now.
I just had two other follow-up points, but I don't disagree. If there's a way to go back with DT and reconstruct the calendars for the period in question, if there's a way to retrieve deleted files, I think that would be useful. I think for whatever reason, Mr. Petrelis was looking for that date range, and to the extent that you've got it or can get it, I think you should try. It's not clear if you have. And if you're going to keep Mr. Cava's calendar going forward permanently, that's excellent, that's cool. Are there others in the mayor's office that keep non-Prop G calendars. If someone wanted the mayor's budget director's calendar or the head of MOHCD or someone else, do they keep calendars, and are they being retained in the same manner? And would we likely go through the same process for that? Or can you put something in place that anybody who keeps calendars should just, keep calendars? What the heck? How
We
doable
can
is
discuss that. Yeah, I do know certain staff members do keep calendars. The only reason why I know is because they've had public records requests and they've turned over documents.
And they have kept their calendars for a longer period of time? Or does it vary? How does that work?
I'm not sure. We'd have to ask them. But in the documents that I did turn over, there were calendar entries on throughout the date and the time period that requester requested.
Not to nothing.
Correct.
Okay. So if you could maybe standardize it and ask people to keep them either permanently or at least 2 years or something, that would probably obviate this problem for others in the future. And maybe we could make this an ongoing policy regardless of who the mayor is. Hey.
Like you said, what the heck? Your calendars. We all keep calendars.
And thank you for coming and being willing to discuss.
All right, but at this time,
Rebuttals?
there are rebuttals. So, excuse me, from the mayor's office, Ms. McCauley? Yes, you have 3 minutes to add anything to us?
Either one.
Okay.
I think
Mr. Nocita, did you have anything to add? You look like you wanted to. No?
I don't.
Mr. Petrellis?
Hello, Michael Petrellis again. I will have to acknowledge that the folks behind me are not the problem. The problem is Steve Cowa, who's basically been the vice mayor, in my opinion, for far too long and has escaped the necessary scrutiny. Again, thank you all so much for putting in this volunteer time so that these kind of matters can be heard, so we can get some sunshine into who Steve Cowa is meeting with and what topics are being discussed. So I've listened to what they've said. I question if there really is only verbal communication between the mayor's office and the city attorney. This is asking just way too much for me to follow up on some of this stuff, and I cannot trust what these folks from the mayor's office are saying about what supposedly was said by the city attorney's office verbally at these meetings. Am I very happy to know that they have had to have meetings because the task force is hearing this complaint? Yes, that is a huge step forward, regardless of how you eventually vote. Getting them to have meetings about sunshine, really, really good. I can't help it that no one has come along up to now to ask for the calendar of Cowa. Really, where are the political clubs? Where are the legacy media and social media people saying we've got to keep track of Steve Cowa because he's the power behind the mayor? It's just really astounding to me that we don't have more folks asking about this fella and how he is really setting the agenda for so much of the city. I have to say, listening to what they've said, considering the great questions that Jerry Threet asked, along with what my boyfriend asked about these servers, listening to all of this and reading what the city attorney had to say, it's a big fish, and this fish does not smell right. It just doesn't smell right, no matter how you want to serve this fish. The last thing is, this all should have been on TV.
Yeah.
This exchange that you all had with what the folks from the mayor's office had to say, people needed to see it. At best, we're going to be able to have the minutes and what have you to share with people, but there's something really stinky in the mayor's office regarding records and calendars, and thank you so much for coming and serving on this commission, folks. Thank you.
Smell the fish.
Yes. Excuse me, not quite yet.
Yeah, we're going to have a motion.
We have to have a motion first.
And then we'll have public comment.
We need to have something for you to comment on, sir. Okay.
Through the chair, you can remind the gallery that this will be on audio. This whole thing will be on audio tape and should be available.
Right. We have the audio.
Soon. Yeah.
Okay.
Along with the smell.
Member Wolf?
I mean, maybe this is too cynical of me to come to this conclusion, but when we first discussed this matter, the mayor's office continued to defend this practice and essentially indicated that it would continue. We've since learned that there has been discussions with the city attorney. We don't know what exactly was said other than what we've heard, and everything's, I imagine, already protected by attorney-client privilege. But I don't really think that it's purely for efficacy that now the mayor's office has said that Steve Cava will retain his records. I think that's indicative of the fact that there is a violation here, that this isn't, something that he can actually stand behind. And I think that our motion needs to not only call out the violation, but also call on and follow up to ensure that this practice continues.
Through the chair, agreed. And I think I'll go ahead and make a motion, if you like, that this violation of 6929.7, and help me out, other
67.25 for immediacy of response.
25, timeliness. And I think 6721 also falls in.
So,
and just to kind of, I'll think it through and I'll rephrase it, remember I'm old, but to have all those motions and at the end a recommendation that because we see the calendar as a 6929.7 item or an 8.1 admin code item, we are of the opinion that it should be required to be kept for 2 years, and put that time at least 2 years. Put that time stamp on there, which I think is what Member Wolf was getting to, and maybe throw that for the whole department. I don't know, but then we get into the whole Prop G department head issue that we still haven't unraveled. So that's where I'm going with this, but I'm open to suggestions. Member Hummels.
So I would ask that, and I am loath to do this, but that we put something in writing and that we take our time and do it right, especially if there is, as they suggest, a competing interpretation of the law from the city's attorney's office about these calendars. And, frankly, I don't know how they could have reached that conclusion looking at the law. And if it is, in fact, very, very clear, which, I think it's fairly clear. I think deleting records, deleting your calendar it's insane. It's insane to turn over. I don't know anyone who deletes their calendar generally.
Yeah.
And I can't think of a good reason to do it besides what Member Fisher was saying.
Right.
So if that is the case, then there is a very substantial problem going on, and one that I think we should address, but we should address thoughtfully and not with an off-the-cuff motion.
I sense, through the chair, a volunteer opportunity here for Member Rummold.
I will volunteer myself, and I promise I will do it relatively promptly, too.
So I see this going to compliance and amendments for follow-up to make sure that these calendars are being kept and that we continue talking about this, and that Member Rummel produced this memo that carefully outlines our thoughts here and how we're interpreting.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hyland. Could we do it concurrently? Could we go ahead and find violations as completely as we can at this point, and have the case still be, go to compliance, but have it open and tied to a future memo prepared by Member Rummold? Perhaps DCA 3 can advise us on the mechanics of that as well, but something to...
Well, the file will be open as long as we're following up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Member Pilpel?
I don't think there's been a second yet. I'm inclined to second, but with a couple of comments. I'm not sure that I'm with a 29-7 violation. I actually think that the department maintains its records in a business-like manner. They're just not, or they haven't been keeping these particular records. I think it's, if anything, a records retention violation, but I don't see it as a 29-7 violation. I've always had the view that things have to be so screwed up that you can't find anything in an office for it to rise to a 29-7 violation. So for that reason, I would second, but not as to 29-7, or if you want to include that, I would have a divided vote.
Through the chair to Member Pilpel, is that records retention captured in 25 or 21?
It's not specifically, because we don't have broader jurisdiction over what departments keep, just that they're keeping stuff.
Okay, in response to that, I'm including 29.7 because the language is very similar to Admin Code 8.1. In other words,
understood.
Let's see, what's the language?
It's the professional and business-like manner.
But there's key language here. Let's see. Well, here it is. Including but not limited to, and that's the phrase I want to include in there to make our position defensible. That was my thinking there.
I mean, if you want me to second, I'll second, and if you want to vote on a 29-7, we can divide the question and vote separately. That's not a problem.
I mean, if that idea is captured in another provision of the charter, I'm fine. But I don't see it yet in 21 and 25. Perhaps the other members.
I think it isn't, and I think what we would say is, pursuant to the motion, that we recommend that non-Prop G calendars or non-29-5 calendars be kept for a minimum of 2 years. I have no problem including that. I think that makes sense as a recommendation from the task force. I think we can find on this particular fact that there was a violation of 21 and 25. But I actually disagree in part that we need a long memo. I think a couple of lines or a paragraph that Member Romold or others could add to the order would do it. I think just saying this makes sense, it's a record, it shows evidence of city activities and should be retained, is kind of it. I don't really think this needs 5 pages.
I disagree. I think that this whole thing has prompted meetings with the city attorney's office, and they are disagreeing with how we're looking at it. So we need to build our case. And I support 67.29-7 because deleting calendars after 2 weeks is just weird and unbusinesslike, and it suggests that information is being hidden.
Well, we can certainly vote on that.
So,
all right.
okay.
I'll second, and then we'll divide the question so as to hear 29-7 as a separate motion, unless you want to continue the entire matter so that Member Romold or others can draft a proposed
I haven't
order.
actually made the motion yet. I'm just still thinking it through. But
Well, I thought you did, but okay.
It doesn't have a second, so Member Wolf.
I would like to see the motion include the 29-7, and the reason is that, well, they may not be, slacking off on their job and making paper airplanes out of memos. There's something deeply unprofessional about destroying information. We have a mayor's office that has been close to FBI inquiries, and we will never know what's on these calendars that have been deleted. I'm not saying that there's anything related to either of those things, but we will never know what has been made unavailable on this calendar. More than likely, it's like getting too many cups of coffee. It's embarrassing. Like, who knows what's on there, but we will never know, and it could be everything from this to that. And to that extent, I think it's absolutely crucial that we retain the 29-7.
through the chair, perhaps Member Rummel would like to officially make the motion, and that way you can set it up in the way that you're thinking of then developing the memo, and I'll be happy to second that.
Yeah, well, so just to add on what Member Wolf said, I think there's absolutely nothing businesslike about deleting a calendar after 2 weeks when there's no purpose behind the deletion of the calendar. But then in terms of finding a violation. I actually think it makes better sense not to find a violation until we have, a written product that we've been able to look at and all agree that it supports our findings and supports the violation, at which point we can
present that.
Yeah. Have a vote on that.
Otherwise, it's diluted before if you put it out prematurely. I see what you're saying.
So we could
Continue.
continue this whole thing, or we could find violations of 6721 and 6725 now.
Through the chair, I have a thought.
Okay.
I think we should recognize that Mr. Nasit, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, is currently providing calendars to Mr. Petrellis. I think that should be noted for the record, as a good star, whatever you want, so that the complainant is getting the material he wants while we're doing this, and rather than justice delayed is justice not served. So I think I like Member Rummel's idea. I think we note that there was some cooperation at this meeting. The complainant is getting the material, but that this is a serious enough item that we want to couch appropriately, and more to come. That's what I was thinking.
So we could continue the whole thing, bring it back to the full task force. We would have the memo. We would also want to I would like to see these these calendars that are now being kept and turned over. So that would be nice for us to have evidence that this is being done. So,
and could I add that maybe we can bring this back on April the 6th, just again to
yeah, I think it should come back right away. Yeah, is that reasonable for you, given everything else you're doing? Okay. Okay. All right.
So did you make a motion or
No.
not? Okay. No. So that I heard that there was. All right. So if there's no motion, then is a motion to continue to the call of the chair appropriate with the basic understandings that we just laid out?
Yeah, and
that we would likely find at least a violation of 21 and 25, recommend that such calendars be kept for at least 2 years, consider a possible violation of 29-7, and articulate how and why we think calendars reflect public business,
I think the actual phrasing of the motion can wait till April 6th or till Rummel's input.
But something along those lines.
Yeah, because I think you're the only one that does not want 29-7 at this point, based on what I've heard from the rest of the task force. So I'm not willing to put that language in. I think just continue it.
That's fine. So I'll move to continue this to the call of the chair.
And calendar for April 6th.
So is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the motion?
I just wanted to clarify that the motion is continuing the matter to April the 6th. May I ask, do you wish us to? Do you wish me to work with Member Rummel
To the call of the chair, but we're wanting to hear it next month.
Do you want me to work with Member Rummel to create a draft order of determination?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
And we'd also like to have these calendars in our packet.
And you would request a copy of Mr. Kawa's current calendar for the past.
Yeah, to show us evidence that this is happening.
Any old period that shows what the not nothing calendar.
Yeah, who the chief of staff of the mayor is meeting with.
And through the chair, is there anyone else that we would like there at that meeting apart from these two? Would we want to ask Mr. Kawa to be here?
Yeah, Mr. Kawa, that would be nice to have him come.
I'm not sure that that's necessary.
We can at least invite him.
I'm actually more interested in Member Rummeld's draft order articulating not just for the mayor's chief of staff, but for, frankly, any city officer or employee that's not subject to a Prop G calendar requirement that keeps a calendar in the regular course of business. It could be, some mid-level person at the MTA, for that matter. The same principles apply.
We'll have that.
Yeah. So
I would also suggest that we should possibly consider this a willful violation of the ordinance. I mean, as it sounds like we all believe that these calendars are in fact records that should be maintained for some period of time, the willful destruction of those records is in my short time on the task force, I think this is possibly the most egregious thing that I've seen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fair point.
I think you could include that in the draft, and we can discuss that
can
next
vote on that,
time.
maybe.
I'm
Yeah.
on the fence about that. I do note that they've agreed to change their practice, which for me suggests that it's not as willful as others who have withheld records and said, we're not changing our practice, we've reviewed it, and, we're sticking to it.
But the past practice,
whatever.
It's effectively the same thing in my mind.
We can discuss that next time.
yeah, that could be a separate part of the vote, and I think
Yeah,
that's...
hold that thought. DCA 3, and then we need to move on.
Yes, through the chair, I just want to suggest to Member Rummel that if the task force is considering a willful failure violation, that typically when someone has received advice from their counsel that something is legal and permissible, it's difficult to support a willful violation. So to the extent you would like to consider that, you would need to strongly support it with findings.
So I think that's entirely accurate. I have questions about whether or not that advice was received prior to the response to this to this request. So I guess if you all were willing to provide us some insight about that, that would be helpful from whoever you wanted to provide, that testimony from at the next meeting. But
Perhaps you might want to restate that question for them.
well, I think we've moved on to the public comment from.
No, if you think this would be helpful to how you're thinking about the case, please pose the question to the mayor's office staff who are here.
Can you? Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance. Can you all tell us a little bit about when you received the advice about whether or not it was appropriate to destroy calendars?
Well, you want me to answer right now or
Sure.
the next one?
You can.
See if I could answer this question, because our records retention policy was redone, I don't know, what is the date
February
on?
2014.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2
2014.
years ago. So at that point, we had received advice, and then every year since then, we have an all-staff meeting like I was describing last year, and then this year, we just had one about a week ago. So in those meetings, all mayor's staff has the opportunity to ask the city attorney's office their questions, and they address them. For very specific cases, like the task force, and like I said, they reviewed this. Every matter that goes in front of the task force, they do help draft and respond to. So, and I hope that answers your question.
the chair,
But it's just really pretty much every public records request that comes in, they're aware of.
Right. So the city attorney said the destruction of calendars was okay in reviewing the request, but Mr. Kawa didn't have explicit prior authorization, as far as you know, and I understand that you have no insight necessarily into all the authorizations that Mr. Kawa had, but he didn't have prior advice from the city attorney that destruction of his calendar was okay.
I don't, we've never brought a case like this in front of them, so.
Through the chair, if I could follow on to that question, and Mr. Nacita, if you could approach as well. So I remember, Ms. McCauley, at the EOTC, you again referred us to, here's our records retention policy, this is something we've been using. So I understand that's been in effect since 2014. Have either of you worked in the mayor's office prior to 2014?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And was there a significant change in that policy? Do you have a copy of the old records retention policy?
I do not with me, but.
Is that something you could provide us? I'd be curious to see
Yeah.
if there's any material change that happened to that point.
That actually came up in a prior hearing. I forget if it was a complaint of Mr. Petrellis or somebody else. This came up actually, a year and a half ago or so in relation to their new policy and whether that authorized the wholesale destruction of blah, 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 blah. And I thought at the time that you responded that the prior policy was no longer in effect, and in fact that you weren't keeping it. So if you can dig up the prior policy for purpose of comparing, I mean, it's really just the chart.
Yeah.
The text, I don't think, changed.
Just the chart. And then secondly, to Mr. Nishida, have you been supporting Mr. Kawa prior to 2014?
I began December of 2013.
Okay. And from when you began, have you always deleted records every 2 weeks?
That's been our general practice. Yeah.
Okay. So someone instructed you in that specific task being okay when you first came on. Who was that person?
Steve and Sally, who previously managed the calendar.
Can I just follow up? In the city attorney advice, and I think you've sort of revealed enough that we need to know about that, was this Alicia Cabrera, Buck Delventhal? I mean, who on the government team is advising you on this? I'm very interested in that question.
Okay, Member Philpott, I think I know.
I'd like to know. Can you tell us?
He's showing off.
Yeah, usually, okay, so when I first started, it was Paula Jessen. Right now, it's Francesca Gessner. However, pretty much, I want to say like 75% of the time, or maybe even more, she always consults with Buck and Paul.
Okay, that makes sense.
So there's several attorneys.
And was this ever done in writing? Or was it
What?
the advice about the calendar specifically?
About the calendars. I think we might have, I don't think we might have the draft of this any longer, but a lot of our advice, it's done through email. A lot of it's done through meeting, though, and telephone.
There's not a formal written memo.
Well, we send this back and forth, and
it's email.
It's in draft form, the response to you guys.
All right, so at this time, members, let's have public comment on the motion to continue so we can move on.
Fascinating stuff.
It is, really, yeah.
Nick Pasquariello. I have a complaint that I filed with Mr. Young against Steve Kawa. I would like you, it is regarding the mayor's bonus density housing program, which has elicited enormous interest and outrage and concern in the public at the Planning Commission, at the Planning Department, throughout the city, in the meetings that the Planning Department has very carefully orchestrated. For these reasons, I would like you to expedite my complaint to bring it forward with this body as soon as possible. This matter will be going before the Board of Supervisors. There has never been a larger, more impactful housing program put forward, as far as I know, by the Planning Department. So it's having major ramifications for upzoning throughout the city. And I believe that Steve Kawa should come before you and answer to a public body about his participation in that. The response I got from the mayor's office was that he has had absolutely nothing to do with the mayor's bonus density program. I don't believe that for a minute. I share Mr. Petrella's enormous skepticism about the role that this person plays in the operation of the mayor's office. I think Mr. Petrellis is correct that for all intents and purposes, Steve Kawa is the vice mayor of San Francisco. I urge you to expedite my hearing before this body on my complaint against Steve Kawa and Mayor Lee about the bonus density program. They have not adequately or legally responded to my complaint, my immediate disclosure request, and my public records request for all of their documents going back over a year. The absence of any calendar going back a year is of great concern and definitely affects this complaint that I have filed, not to mention broad city policy on housing, density, transportation, numerous aspects of the life of city government in San Francisco.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Member Eldon?
Sorry, I just wanted to note that the Affordable Housing Bonus Program is a proposal put forth by the Planning Department, as I understand it, and the Planning Department.
Mayor and Supervisor Tang are sponsoring this at the Board of Supervisors.
They're sponsoring it, but the program's coming out of the planning department
Well, it's
itself.
probably written by developers through Steve Kawa, frankly. That's what this is all about.
And the motion is to
I'm
continue
just
this
saying, if
matter
you're looking
to
for that
the-
information, the planning department is where you should be looking.
I want to look at developers.
Okay, it's important to move on. Okay, is there additional public comment on the motion to continue?
This is Ella Johnson, and I do want this to continue, but I was also, wanted to add on to the numerous, we have 8 years to comply on a lot of these matters, and a lot of the defense that I've been getting on this mental health issue has been, to, not be informed, and it's been going on for, really, longer than what it should. And to really get this issue for medical and physical, for healthcare reasons, is really critical, because this police department and everything has been suffering because of this whole hearing with the issues and the household state, and it's going, also I have complaints about being things stolen from me. I should no longer drivers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through the chair. And I love your outfit. You look great tonight, by the way. It's very nice. You're welcome. Just be nice to her.
Is there any additional public comment on the motion to continue to the call of the chair? There being no further public comment on that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Cooper, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Hinsey, absent. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
I'm looking at the time, thinking that we need a break. Probably everybody needs a break. I know people are waiting for their matters to be heard, but we've been sitting here since 4 o'clock. So 15 minutes. So let's convene back at 7:05. This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called back into order at 7:07 on Wednesday, March 2nd, 2016. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Next on the agenda is item number 8, file number 16001, complaint filed by Michael Trellis against Mayor Edwin Lee for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to keep or cause to be kept a daily calendar wherein is recorded the time and place of each meeting or event attended.
Okay, at this time, we need a motion to find jurisdiction.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection. Okay, at this time, Mr. Petralis, you have 5 minutes.
Can we show the computer screen on the TV screen, please? So this complaint has to do with the mayor keeps 2 calendars. I filed a public records request for the mayor's calendar because what was on his website was quite vague and broad. And Kirsten, here we go. Thank you, Victor. Kirsten responded very quickly, explaining that the mayor keeps 2 calendars. One is called his press calendar. Now, this website didn't have that information until about a month ago, saying the press calendar. It said the mayor's calendar, I believe is what it said. So it would list, the mayor holding meetings.
Excuse me.
Victor, can we get this on
We're
our
not seeing the screen.
Yeah.
It's the button.
It is pressed.
Use your T's.
It's very hard to read.
You can look at it here.
that thing you unplugged?
I'm going to plug everything. Well, this means, I think they daisy chain everything, so let me plug in this thing.
big box.
It might be this. Is everybody back?
No.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, you're back now? Oh, yeah, we're back. Okay.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Are we getting it?
There's this whole big daisy chain, that was some sort of adapter. All right.
So I learned that there are two calendars that the mayor keeps, and Kirsten promised that the mayor's online calendar would change, that they would explain he keeps a press calendar, and that he also keeps a Prop G daily calendar. Now, while I am quite pleased that they've made these changes, it's not enough, I feel, that they don't explain Prop G. To most people are going to be Prop G, Prop F, whatever prop. It needs to be further explained. Also, why is it that the burden is on the public to make the request? If the mayor's keeping two calendars, put both calendars up there on the web. I'm getting off track of what the complaint has to deal with, though, which is they weren't producing the public records of both of his calendars. And what they have produced, it will list things such as mayor held a meeting on economic issues. It doesn't tell you more specifics. The actual meetings he's holding, we're not getting enough information about what is really on the agenda. In terms of attendees, there's a new law that kicked in August requiring sign-in sheets. The mayor's office has provided me with sign-in sheets, and that's a step forward. But all around, I have to say, I am sorry that I didn't file a joint complaint before the Sunshine Task Force. The previous matter we heard had to deal with the chief of staff's calendars. Now we have this complaint that is dealing with the mayor's calendars. I guess where I'm going with all this is just to say we do need Sunshine Ordinance revised, and I think going before the voters this November will help address some of these issues. I think people really have to wake up to what the mayor's office itself is doing in terms of records retention, records destruction, the calendars. There's a G calendar, there's a press calendar. These matters have to be used to strengthen Sunshine, and I'm asking the task force to find the mayor in violation of keeping the calendars and producing them as I had requested.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the mayor's...
I just want to say, I deeply respect and appreciate the work you're doing, but I am shocked, as someone who's been coming to this body for 20 years, that there's never been a case regarding calendars for public officials. I'm just baffled. I'm glad you're getting to it, but
there have been.
Keep working on it. It's a very important matter.
There have been cases.
Excuse me, do you have facts and evidence in support of...
Yes, I have 15 years of this fact and evidence of things that haven't been, on the calendar, and things that haven't been, issued for public comments. And they say that they can't understand what I'm saying and things like that. And on a lot of the things that as far as
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Excuse me.
I think we have to keep it on the topic. I don't think you're on topic, but thank you for your input. Thank you.
Well, I'm talking about the calendars that been issued, and also in 2001 we had issues that were related to where the mayor's office was, and the issue was not explained totally And I was going to school at that time, and still I had lack of information because of being sick and being coordinated with some drugs that didn't even work. And I think that a lot of these calendars, need to be, straightened out right, or the mayor office, it needs, some coordination on a lot of these issues that's been going on. And I think that a lot of the supervisors maybe, needs a little more coordination with a lot of these things that's been going on.
Thank you. Is there additional facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent from the mayor's office.
Hi, Kirsten McCauley with the Mayor's Communications Office. So the mayor keeps his Prop G calendar. We've provided it to Mr. Petrellis in the past, and I thought you were aware of where you could find the Prop G calendar, but through a request. But so we record the daily calendar, record the time and place of each meeting or event attended if city business is discussed, and we always provide that in a timely manner when people request that. This calendar is the press calendar, and I did make a note at the top of the calendar for the change that Mr. Petrellis requested, and I'm happy to clarify that more, the Prop G text up top too. I'll work with the city attorney's office for that.
Questions?
Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, Member Pilpel has a question.
So, to Ms. McCauley, a couple of things. At the top of the website, contains only media events. I'm not even sure what a media event, maybe events open to the press and the media. Something that's very clear there.
Yeah.
And the mayor, I wouldn't use the term Prop G because it's kind of insider baseball. Something like the mayor's daily calendar that lists all meetings pursuant to whatever, or maybe obtained, something that makes that more clear.
Definitely. Okay.
You might want to think about whether or not to post the so-called Prop G calendar or some version of it online in addition to the press calendar. I believe, I'm trying to remember if it was Mayor Brown or Mayor Newsom who published the calendar 3 days after the entry on their website. That website has been, revised and scrubbed since. But there was a practice for a time of the mayor posting, those events after the fact. So something to think about. It's not required, but it's something that you could do. On the other two specifics in the complaint, I think on the Peskin meeting, I'm fairly satisfied with that. It's got the address. I mean, something like that could have said the name of the location in addition to the address. I guess it was at Mario's Bohemian Cigar Cafe. But something like that that's not just a generic address when it's a known location. Read District 3, I mean, maybe District 3 issues, but I believe that the Peskin entry substantially complies. I'm a little more concerned about the Rose Pack issue, and if I read what you're saying correctly, you're saying that it was a purely personal event and thus didn't need to be on a calendar, et cetera, et cetera? Is that a fair summary?
It was a personal visit. He was visiting a friend that was ill, and it was on his vacation time.
Okay. So in order for that exception to apply, I read that to mean purely personal or social events at which no city business is discussed, and you didn't really address whether any city business was discussed. I mean, if it was just, I hope you feel better, it would be nice to have you back in the city, blah, 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 that's cool. If it's, oh, and by the way, that housing project in North Beach that you were really concerned about, I've got somebody working on that, that's more than just purely personal. and wouldn't suggest the exception in my mind. Can you speak to what was discussed there, if it was any city business or if it was in fact no city business?
I was told there was no city business discussed.
Okay. Would you agree that had there been any city business that it would have been appropriate to be on the calendar?
Definitely.
Okay, even if it was in China or elsewhere, doesn't matter.
I think if city business is discussed and, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm satisfied as to those things. I'm not sure that I'm finding or feeling a violation here. I get that the practice could be better. I think we've talked about some suggestions there, but I'm not sure that there's a specific ordinance violation right here. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question. I'm looking at page 182 of the packet. It's the mayor's calendar for Tuesday, December 22nd. The same day you met with Supervisor Peskin. That morning, there were back-to-back meetings in the mayor's office. The first one was at 9 o'clock, meeting regarding housing, land use, community development. There was another one, public health. And so there's no indication of who was there and what that meeting was about. That looks very vague to me and not complying with the ordinance.
Well, if there was, I think, Wendell, do you want to come up? If there's more than 10 people, I think the new ordinance states, or less than 10 people?
Less than 10.
Less than 10, we have to keep a sign-in sheet. So there was, did we provide a sign-in sheet for any of these meetings? So those that were not more than 10, we did not provide a sign-in sheet for.
Okay.
So maybe if the practice going forward on the calendar could indicate the names if it's fewer than 10, and if it's 10 or more, to just note on the calendar 10 or more people present?
I don't know if we have room for that, but it's pretty tight.
You could find a way. Maybe.
I'll bring it to the supervisor that does the schedule.
Or some kind of indication, a couple of asterisks or some funny symbol that would suggest and could be noted that that means 10 or more people and therefore no listing here. Just some way to better comply.
Okay. Take it into consideration.
Thank you for taking our feedback.
Other members? Member Wolf?
I mean, I'm not certain where I'm at on this, but it seems like when the mayor meets with someone, like all of this is based on what I've been reading in the newspapers. I don't know how legitimate any of it is, but when the mayor meets someone that he had a strong relationship with that's become significantly strained and there's reports that they're not talking, and then they meet in a foreign country, it seems like it's hard to believe that there isn't some grain of city business. Just the meeting itself being reported makes it a political event. Like, I don't know how we draw these lines at this low of an area, but there is some level of concern there that I just wanted to sort of put out on the record.
DC 3?
Through the chair, I just would like to note the actual language of 67.295 subsection E. It carves out an exception to requirements where city business is discussed only incidentally. It doesn't say no city business is discussed.
Right, thank you.
Was that part of the amendment? Sorry?
It's in 67.29-5E.
Okay, any more questions? At this time, the mayor's office, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
I don't have anything further to say.
Okay. The complainant.
I just want to say again, thank you to the folks here on the task force for your civic commitment to this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, the matter is with the task force. DCA 3?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Further clarification, it's the requirements of B and C, which do not apply where the city business is only incidental. The requirements of subsection A do continue to apply.
Okay. Members? Member Romold?
So I have a very hard time, as Member Wolf suggested, I have a very hard time believing that a meeting between a power broker, a city power broker, and the mayor of San Francisco had no discussion of city business. But at the same time, I think this is one of the great shortcomings with the task force and with the ordinance, and that's that we have no way of, evaluating. And I don't mean to suggest that the people from the mayor's office here are acting on with any ill will or attempting to subvert the ordinance, but it strikes me as incredibly suspicious that no city business whatsoever was discussed. But, if there's here saying that nothing was discussed, I don't know what more we can do.
Like each other.
Right. Members, is there a motion to find a violation?
Not feeling it. Take public
Is there
comment.
any public comment?
Public comment.
Oh, no, sir, you spoke.
I
and
didn't
gave-
speak on this issue. did
Yes, you
I?
did. Facts and evidence you gave, yeah. Is there another member of the public? Okay.
There being no motion from the task force, this matter is concluded and no violations were found.
Okay.
Next on the agenda, item number 9, file number 16003, complaint filed by Jerome Roth on behalf of the Blue Ribbon Panel on Transparency, Accountability, and Fairness in Law Enforcement against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21 and 67.27 by failing to respond to requests for public records in a timely and/or complete manner, and failure to provide justification for withholding information. I do have a letter authorizing Nicholas Fram to represent the complainant at this hearing.
All right.
Could I ask a preliminary
Would
question?
someone like to
Yes.
make a motion to find jurisdiction?
Yes, first, yes. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
Well, it actually, my question actually turns in part on the jurisdiction issue. Can somebody give me a brief synopsis on the Blue Ribbon Panel and how it was created and what jurisdiction it has? Because I'm sort of in the threshold issue of whether this is a proper public records request or is a governmental body that's making sort of an intergovernmental request and shouldn't be or need not be treated as a public records request. So if someone can explain a little bit about the background of the panel and who created it and what authority it has, that would help me.
I'd be happy to do that. I'm Nicholas Fram here on behalf of Jerry
okay?
Roth.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Great. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
On behalf of the panel tonight, and thank you very much for hearing our complaint. The panel was set up by the district attorney, George Gascon, in response to what's now known and well known in San Francisco as the text messaging scandal, where a number of San Francisco police department officers were found to have exchanged racist text messages amongst each other. Given no additional budget or resources from the mayor's office or from anybody to investigate this, and not being able to do so on his own, he created what is in essence an advisory body that is in essence a citizens commission. He asked 3 retired judges from other jurisdictions, Justice Cruz Reynoso, who is on the California Supreme Court, Judge Dick Tavrizian, who is a federal judge in Los Angeles, and Judge Ladoris Cordell, who is a Superior Court judge in San Mateo County, Santa Clara, excuse me, you're right. To do 2 things. The first thing that they're doing, which is not part of this request, is they are reviewing files, police reports, to assist the district attorney in making a determination of whether any of the police reports that any of the officers involved in the texting scandal wrote were tinged with bias, and whether there are any prosecutions that need to be revisited. That's sort of a separate function of the panel. The function that I'm here before you tonight, and the function for which the request was made, is that the commission was tasked, and the commission was set up to be independent of the district attorney, and that's an important point I should have mentioned earlier. The district attorney does not oversee the day-to-day of the commission. The district attorney has explicitly asked that the panel operate independently and investigate independently and report its findings independently. And what it's doing in that capacity is it's sort of taking a broader look at the San Francisco Police Department to determine whether bias is a more widespread problem. And and as I mentioned, it's operating independently, in fact, and has interviewed members of the district attorney, members of his office, has conducted scores of interviews of members of the police department, members of other government bodies, citizens, interested community members, and is in the process of formulating its report, which it will issue publicly sometime in the spring. I can get into a little bit more of the workings. I'm not sure if that helps answer your question.
Well, just 2 things. Is there something, I appreciate the background because I'm just getting into this. Is there something in writing that explains that charge that's like from the district attorney that says sort of what you just said?
There's not a formation document to directly answer your question. I have a FAQ that the panel put together that I'd be happy to send along to Mr. Young to send to you.
That would be good.
But no, there's not a formation document like that.
And is there something on a website, either police departments or the district attorney or somewhere of the city about this?
The panel notices its meetings on the district attorney's website, or notices its public hearings. It's held 3 public hearings and notices it on the district, but it does not have other than that, does not have a web presence.
Okay, so
on any city website or its own private website.
So for purpose of all of this, it's more like not a policy body, but a passive meeting body under the ordinance?
Exactly. It's trying to operate as a passive meeting body. It's following those rules in terms of making its agenda available upon request and noticing meetings, providing for public access if there's room, that kind of thing.
And is your firm assisting the panel pro bono?
Yes. So the way the investigative side of the panel is set up is the district attorney has 8 law firms assisting it on a pro bono basis.
In general?
In general, and looking at different aspects, there are 8 different aspects. That's one of the reasons this public records request is so big, is because there's 8 law firms looking at 8 different aspects of the police department, and rather than submitting 8 different public records requests, we decided to consolidate them all so that we could work with the police department more collaboratively to try to get the information we need. Now, another important aspect, and this might go to one of your questions, is the panel does not have any sort of authority to compel testimony or documents. It doesn't have subpoena power. It's more akin to a citizens commission. And so with this records request, we're just the panel is seeking access to documents that any citizen should be able to have.
Okay, but it's not on behalf of the district attorney. This isn't something that the mayor or the Board of Soups created or sanctioned.
That's correct.
It's somewhat akin to the federal thing, but it's totally different and with no specific power.
If you're
it's
referring
just
to
writing
the
a report.
Department, yeah, it's writing a report. If you're referring to the Department of Justice cops investigation, yes, it started 6 months earlier than the DOJ looking at similar issues.
This had nothing to do with the shooting stuff. This is about officer conduct more generally, or whatever. Systemic bias
gender,
or whatever.
Systemic bias in the police department, exactly.
Isn't it? If so, what? And blah, blah,
It's
blah.
not necessarily looking into specific incidents of misconduct or specific officer misconduct. It's looking generally at the working groups are broken up into sort of these broad topic areas such as culture and personnel practices and external oversight and Brady policy and use of force and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So this sounds to me, it's rather like you're analogous to a bunch of investigative journalists.
That's where they are.
Yeah, you're attorneys, but you're trying to understand a complicated, important issue involving the police department. So you're trying to dig and get information to get at the truth of the matter.
We are.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So I just saw Spotlight, so that's kind of what I'm thinking.
We look at it
Yeah.
in our practice. We perform internal investigations for corporations all the time when there's suspected wrongdoing or misconduct, and a corporation hires a law firm to try to help it understand what went wrong. And we look at it along those lines. And this is similar. There have been other commissions similar to this in the past. Mostly in Los Angeles. There's one in 2012 that put out a report on jail violence in the sheriff's department. One decade ago that put together a report on the Rampart scandal, which involved police corruption in Los Angeles. And sort of the founding one of these was the Christopher Commission in the wake of the Rodney King violence.
Okay.
Just one final question, then I think I'm prepared to move to find jurisdiction. Do you know about the Santa Clara County jail thing, and is there a similar body dealing with that? I'm just looking if there's something under state law that's sort of a local body that's made records requests that I can think of in the same way so as to treat this as a public records matter.
I'm not familiar with the Santa Clara example you just cited, so I couldn't speak to that.
Okay. And then maybe to Deputy City Attorney Threet, is there any question in your mind about this being a proper public records request issue and not some other kind of thing? Okay, so it's good. All right.
I don't know what other kind of thing it would be.
Well,
They don't
again,
have subpoena power, and
right.
They're just like any one of us trying to get information.
Right, and even if it were a government, government officials could submit public records requests.
Right.
They don't, because as like a matter of course, they can get the information.
There have been weird
ways,
instances of that. Chris Daly made public records requests of Mayor Brown, and
in any event, it applies
there's
to
been
any
history
person.
on that. Yeah, okay.
So
Okay. All right. So
I will
do
move
I
to
hear?
find jurisdiction. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction.
Michael Petralis, I would dispute much of what this lawyer has just said about this commission, especially since he doesn't have documents to prove things such as the alleged pro bono services that they're providing. This panel has not produced any public records, even though it was formed last May. He says that the panel is independent from Gascon, who has created it. They're reporting to him. He's speaking at their meetings. He lists when their meetings are on his website, and this is a supposed independent panel. No, this is a panel to help Gascon get to another higher elected office. In terms of jurisdiction, I find it really ironic that after years of the DA blowing off this task force and your own annual reports always saying that the district attorney fails to enforce the findings of this panel, now the district attorney knocks himself out to get this private law firm. They've shown up with a great document. Too bad they've never come here with their memorialized information about the calendars and their supposed discussions with the city attorney. When have we ever seen the district attorney take this kind of interest in upholding the Sunshine Law? Never. You can't even get him to respond to your annual reports, and now a high-powered law firm has shown up, and maybe I misheard, but it sounded like this fella said there were 8 law firms working on this. Now, on top of all that, we have this organization, nonprofit based in Oakland, called Policy Link. It's a $13 million organization, according to their IRS 990. We've seen no documentation from them in terms of an agreement between them and the district attorney. They're running the meetings. We've not gotten any documents from Alex Bastian about any agreement with the law firm. What is going on here? The district attorney can engage a downtown law firm and there is no agreement in writing about their relationship. Or wait a minute, he said there's nothing in writing establishing this panel. Wow. The DA is getting a law firm, he's getting a nonprofit to do the work of this business, and they don't have written agreements about what is going on? Something is really wrong here. And what I believe is wrong is that the DA is using the public demand for police accountability to advance his career. I say reject it. Do not find there's jurisdiction on this. Tell the district attorney and his law firm to take a hike.
Excuse me.
Yes, Member Eldon.
Mr. Petrellis. Zooming into what we have to do to find jurisdiction or not, what's the specific reason you wouldn't want us to find jurisdiction? I mean, in a sense that any member of the public could file a sunshine complaint.
Okay, there probably isn't a good reason to reject it out of hand. And I am just expressing years of frustration with the district attorney and his minions blowing off this task force for years. Now they're showing up and they want you to find jurisdiction. They want to take up your time. Okay, it's a public records request. And as a sunshine advocate, yeah, I'm going to have to backtrack what I said just a few moments ago about rejected. Find jurisdiction. Let's hear it. Let's have the hypocrisy of the district attorney fully exposed through this hearing. I retract what I said a few moments ago about don't find jurisdiction. Find jurisdiction. I'll put my frustration aside. I want the corruption of the district attorney exposed, and I believe this process will show more of the corruption and political ambition of George Gascon.
Okay, let's move on. Is there additional public comment? Oh, excuse me, Member Wolf.
I'm just a little confused, and maybe Victor can help. How often does the district attorney, as opposed to the city attorney, come into our conversations as a sunshine task force body?
Somebody complains against him.
Yeah, Mr. Petrellis or others.
And supposedly, if there are violations of the ordinance, the case could go before the district attorney, but the district attorney routinely never hears them. So they're not they could be, but they're not an enforcement body for us.
Haven't been.
Okay, is there any additional public comment on jurisdiction?
Yeah, my name is Sylvia Johnson, and the jurisdiction that was, already on 2007 was a very good jurisdiction, and the supervisors and everything, worked out really good on that. But as far as, me being as example from courts, it was been, very difficult, task force because there was nobody, of course, me being underneath the medication didn't help at all. Wasn't helping the issue on a lot of these jurisdictions, and also it ran through the life of our own, but fighting for our freedom that we had, and it went down like there's another election, another rebound, and and I've been trying to get down to we're establishing houses and doing all of these issues for the public and to make sure that there's no doubt in what was rebuilding and restructuring. But the faulty of this stolen property that they did, we kind of put a delay on it because I got to go to school and I got to go to read my readers with not driver's license bureau, and they said I had to miss 13. Or pass the driver's license test. It's no longer, which my driver's, it was pretty unanimous, before. And I wrote another, line for to keep safety of public driving, and that jurisdiction never got out. I mean, I don't know why this has been such a messed up category on, on jurisdictions since 2007. And
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is anything from? Sorry.
Member Pilpil.
Unless there was any further public comment, just to clarify, with Mr. Fram, is that correct?
Yes.
Think auto filter, think Fram?
Yes, Fram, that's right.
This request is on behalf of the panel. It's not on behalf of the district attorney. District attorney does not have any role in this particular public records request. Is that correct?
This is not on behalf of the district attorney. This is on behalf of the panel.
Good. And to the police folks, I assume there are police folks in the back or right nearby, you have no issue with jurisdiction? Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay, so without objection, we find jurisdiction. At this time, first the complainant. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I'm Nicholas Fram from Munger, Tolles & Olson. Our firm is serving as counsel to the panel here. So my time is short and the request was big, so I want to just cut to what I think is important about a request and about our complaint. So first, there are certain requests that are not at issue, requests where either the department has complied or we are working with the department and the department is working in good faith with us to comply with our requests. That's not to say they've done so in a timely fashion. As you'll see in the presentation I've given you, there's a timeline where the first time the department responded to our requests on January 8th, after invoking the 14-day extension, they only acknowledged 8 out of the 30 requests. They didn't say anything at all about the other 22, but they have continued productions on a rolling basis. I wanted tonight to focus on two shortcomings that I think are particularly important. The first is a category of requests, or a set of requests to which the police department has said that it is gathering and generating records and will respond to us. That's about 8 requests. I've outlined them in Appendix B, I believe, here. And we want to know what that means, what gathering and generating means. We want to know what the San Francisco Police Department's processes are for doing this, as suggested in the city attorney's memo. And we want a definite timeline by which they will respond to the requests that they claim. Here we are 11 weeks after we filed our request, a timeline by which they will actually respond to those requests. We understand that the police department has invoked the rule of reason, but remind the task force that the Good Government Guide says that rule should only be invoked in rare circumstances, should be invoked lightly and not routinely, and the department is strongly advised against invoking it before consulting with the city attorney. We've received no indication that the department actually has consulted with the city attorney before invoking that rule. And the second thing I want to focus on tonight is that the department has asserted some sort of exemption, some sort of privilege to withhold over a number of requests. Over requests 25 through 29, which are on slide 8 of my presentation, they've asserted the exact same exemption, which they cited a series of court orders in a civil case, and they say that they don't have to respond to those requests because of an actual protective order and because of 2 proposed orders in that case. And we don't think that that has any merit, and I'll walk you through why quickly. First, we didn't request, for the most part, those requests, one of them does, but for the most part, those requests do not touch on litigation documents. The administrative code, as you know, in 24B1, in 67.24B1, sort of contemplates this situation where there's an ordinary public record and then litigation ensues, and it says that that record doesn't get, there's no privilege for withholding that document just because that document may become part of litigation. In fact, the police department could have invoked the exception, the withholding exemption in Government Code 6254B for litigation documents, but as the police department well knows, that only applies if the document was specifically prepared for use in litigation. Right. Now, as to the other reason why we don't think that the exemption holds any water is because if you read the protective orders, which I've included in the demonstrative I've just given you as appendices D, E, and F, they don't speak to the requests that we've made. For example, the June 22nd protective order only applies to filing personnel records under seal. Those requests don't ask for information from personnel records. The September 20th proposed order in Appendix E, first, was never signed, so we don't think it's effective. And it applies to a specific set of documents lodged with the court and explicitly contemplates at the bottom of page 2 that some information will be available in public records. In fact, it says, the mere fact that some of the redacted material may appear in other public records is not a basis upon which to require public filing of the information being sealed. So it contemplates that that information would be available through other means. And lastly, on the September 21st proposed order, which is in the last appendix, and I've highlighted the relevant portions of these 3 orders, that also was never signed. It's an agreement between the parties. It merely establishes a procedure for lodging and filing under seal information with the court in that case. And finally, it has the potential for this absurd result because that order was never entered by the court, just an agreement between the parties, and it states that it survives the litigation. I just have 2 sentences, if that's okay.
Go ahead, yes.
So what we have is an agreement between an agency and employees of the agency to not disclose documents that the police department is saying is effective against public records requests. And if the order survives the litigation, that means that from now until the end of time, the police department, because of this private agreement, won't have to disclose records, these certain records. So with that, I ask for a finding that from the task force of a violation.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none. The respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, honorable task force members. I'm Maria Siriaco. I am a sergeant with the San Francisco Police Department assigned to the legal division.
Could you spell that for us?
Siriaco, C as in Charlie, I-R-I-A-C-O, star number 482.
And your first name again, I'm sorry?
Maria, M-A-R-I-A. Sergeant, yes ma'am.
Keep going.
I also wanted to indicate that accompanying me here today is also another sergeant in our legal division, Sergeant Stacy Youngblood. More of moral support for me. This is my first time, so please bear with me.
Okay.
So essentially, I just wanted to go through the timeline that I had prepared with regards to this matter. So the Blue Ribbon Panel Public Records Act request was received at the Legal Division on December 16th. Let me explain. When that was received, what typically occurs is, I believe this particular request was received via fax. So when the faxes get received through the legal division, it is given to the supervisor that reviews it and then assigns it to one of the staff to handle, essentially process. When the request was received, it was assigned to staff to look over and then begin the process of reviewing all of the items that are being requested. Now, in looking at the request, it lists 30 numerically, although under that 30, you have subsections. So if you were to count all of the requests, you essentially have 86 items that are being asked for. And with the limited staff that we had, we dedicated not only the staff that is assigned to do the public records requests that was received on a daily basis, we also enlisted other staff members in the legal division, including myself. So we began thinking of where these records, these possible responsive information, documents, data would be obtained. I spoke with the staff that was assigned the task to be primary in handling this Public Records Act, and there were many hours of trying to figure out which divisions within the agency that we would need to contact, consult with, and request possible responsive information. Requests were then put out to those different divisions, different units. Then gathering began with those requests, and in the meantime, we understood we had to respond by a certain time frame, understanding all the while that this huge undertaking had to be addressed to the requester. On the 24th of December, a letter was sent out to the Blue Ribbon Panel explaining, or first of all, acknowledging receipt of the request, and at that time, invoking the extension of 14 days. While at the same time consulting with the units and gathering the information that we were able to get readily available. Unfortunately, 86 requests, that to us was voluminous. On top of the daily requests that we receive from other requesters, we had to strategize and talked to these units in gathering the information. A lot of the discussion was, do we have, oh, I'm sorry.
You can finish.
Yes.
Do we have these documents in the form that's being sought? Some of the requests that were being asked weren't in the form that was being sought. So, excuse me, we consulted with a member of the city attorney's office who we often go to for guidance and direction.
Ms. Cabrera?
Yes, sir. Deputy City Attorney Alicia Cabrera, correct. And she also assisted with direction as to the materials that we already had gathered at that time. Also, we asked for her opinion, professional opinion, with regards to the draft response to the Blue Ribbon Panel. And the response was sent out, as I had mentioned, on the 24th of December. We continued on to gather the information, we responded to the Blue Ribbon Panel invoking the extension and also indicating on that letter when we would be responding with material. And that target date was January 8th of 2016. On the 8th of January, we then proceeded, and I'm sorry, are you allowing me to continue on with?
I think that we can, we'll start asking you questions. That might help.
Okay.
That's the way to move this along.
Certainly.
So, but I wanted to ask if there was anyone else with you who might want to step in and add to this. We always ask for facts and evidence and support.
You can get 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Ready?
With another person.
You have 3 minutes.
3, sorry.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Mhm.
I guess in the two questions that he's asking for is in why it's taking us so long to respond to these documents, as Sergeant Siriaco has said, that it is a very voluminous request. We have as many people, and again, we've taken people out of other units to try and fulfill this request. Again, we have daily business that we still have to fulfill as well, that the Blue Ribbon Panel has taken up quite a bit of our time, but we still have PRAs coming in every day that we are trying to get out on time as well. So we have let them know that we will be supplying this in a rolling basis, and as soon as we come across these, or we are able to redact and fulfill the request, we are releasing these to them as they come along. Some of these documents are hundreds, if not thousands of documents, which we have to go through, we have to redact, and then we have to have the approval of our lieutenant to go through them again before they're released, as well as go through the city attorney. So the amount of work that is going into this is playing a part into why this is into a rolling basis right now. As far as trying to pick a date of when we can have this is kind of a little bit difficult to do when we have the amount of work that we have that's been trying to fulfill this request.
Okay, at this time, members of the task force with questions. Member Pilpel.
Let me start with a few things, because clearly this could go on for a while. When the request initially came in, Sergeant Siriaco,
Yes,
if
sir.
I understood correctly, you said everything goes to, I guess, Lieutenant Woon? Initially?
This particular one, yes, sir.
Okay, and then gets assigned. Who was this assigned to? Was that a team? Was it headed by you?
Well, it's one person. Did you want her name?
Yeah.
Bersaida Manuela, she is our legal assistant assigned
Right,
to the
she
legal
normally
division.
handles public records requests, but was this item assigned to her just like any other public records request?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you got involved because it was overwhelming. I mean, who's like the point person? It's still Bersaida?
Bersaida is, yes, she is the one that is collecting the information.
Okay.
Right? And communicating with the different units, divisions, To obtain responsive information, yes.
Okay. Was this the first request that you got from the panel for police records? Because the panel has been around, it sounds like, for a while. Was this the first time they'd made a records request?
This is the first Public Records Act request from the panel, yes, sir.
Okay. When the panel was set up, or at some point between then and now, did the chief or somebody else in the department designate someone as the department's point person to liaise with the panel, knowing that the panel was going to, get into this stuff at some point?
If you're referring to the individual that had been communicating with the panel, yes, sir. It was Lieutenant Chris Moon, and I have notes that he provided me. Unfortunately, he was not able to meet here today.
Or he would have been here.
Correct.
Okay. So he was the point person for the panel.
Correct.
So not only is he the point person for the panel, but he's handling public records requests. Records requests ultimately roll up to him within the department. It's Brazeda, but he's the commanding officer for the legal unit.
He's the officer in charge of the legal division, yes, sir.
Okay. So that all kind of makes sense. I guess the first question or difficulty I'm having on the December 24th response, knowing that it was not just the 30 items, but the 86 if you expand it out, the December 24th response didn't say anything like, we actually take this as 86 different items. This is pretty voluminous. Not only are we invoking the extension and we'll have something to you, but the first few items suggest, could you narrow, could you prioritize? How can we work with you because we know you want a lot of stuff, and let's figure out how we can make this work. That letter doesn't sort of say that. It's more of a boilerplate 14-day extension letter.
That is correct, sir.
Can you tell me why, if you had already done a lot of work in the week between when you got it and the December 24th letter, it wasn't more expansive about the department's plan at that point for addressing the, voluminous request?
I would be unable to answer that point. The correspondence, the part with requesting it for the different units and the divisions, that was being handled by Brazeda, as well as Sergeant Youngblood and I, and there's another sergeant that was also actually responding face-to-face with the different units to obtain the responsive documents. Why it was not specifically mentioned in the response on the 24th, I don't know, sir.
Okay. So I guess one of my suggestions going forward is when you get something this big, you certainly have an obligation to respond, but you also have the ability to request that someone narrow or prioritize their request. If they're asking for a million different things, you can say, well, which things are most important? We can get to those first, and then we can get to the stuff that you care about less later. And in fact, the department is suggesting this way to approach it, right? And furthermore, we expect that there will be some back and forth, and we've designated this person as your contact person for this particular public records issue, and it sounds like this was not a routine request, so maybe it could have been assigned to somebody other than Brazeda, like one of the two of you, as the point person for them on this request. Does that make sense?
It does, and I will relay that back to my OIC, my officer in charge.
Okay. I mean, I'm not suggesting that your general public records practices are problematic. We're not talking about that tonight, but that this particular thing is pretty big, pretty high profile. There is a lot that they asked for.
Yes, sir.
I don't think anyone's disputing that.
Yes,
sir. Could I just ask, where is Mr. Fram? So I think I got from one of your documents that you were asking for a production timeline. You were asking for a finding of a violation. Are there, other than a production timeline, are there specific documents that you're looking for now? Have you come up with a prioritized list or a narrowing? Is there a path forward here? I mean,
for some of the requests, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I mean, Member Fisher usually asks, what is it that you actually want? Well,
I was getting to that.
You were
but I
getting
was waiting for it.
It's her favorite question. She does a fine job.
Yes.
So, I mean, is there a specific thing that you need now, or is it just production of the requested documents and a production timeline, understanding that some of the stuff will take a while and they're futzing with it?
So that's why I started by saying that some of the requests are not at issue tonight, because I had a productive hour-long call with Lieutenant Woon last week where we went through a number of the requests, and I tried to be as specific as I could with the lieutenant about what we were asking, and he was very helpful in explaining what they had. For the requests to which the department has said that it is just gathering/generating records, we do want a definite timeline. It could be request by request. We understand that some requests have more documents than others. So if they want to divide it up that way, that's fine. And then for the requests over which they've asserted this privilege to withhold, we don't think that they've done that privilege is correct. And we would like them to disclose the documents that are responsive to those requests. And if they need to redact in order to do that, then they should do that.
So let me ask on that last point, is it, in your opinion, insufficient justification for withholding or inappropriate use of withholding, that some of the documents shouldn't be withheld or shouldn't be redacted, or in the first instance that they just need to explain better their basis for redacting or withholding?
I think we understand at this point their basis for withholding, and that was part of my conversation with Lieutenant Woon last week. We don't agree with their justification for withholding, especially on those 5 requests.
And I'm sorry, is that in this big book that you just gave us?
Yes, the portion of my argument is, and then the orders, the protective orders, which was also part of your packet. I submitted that to Mr. Young last week, but I wanted to give it to you in a more readable format. So in appendices D, E, and F, with the relevant portions highlighted, are the protective orders, and you can read for themselves how they just simply don't cover the categories of documents that the SFPD has claimed that they do.
Since I haven't gotten into that in detail, can you help me with that for a second?
Sure.
What are the specific records at issue for which you think the protective order that's in force or the proposed protective order that's not yet been signed don't cover?
So if you look at
Does this make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Okay. I'm happy to walk you through it and assist you with the information you need to make this determination. If you look at slide 8, which is the bottom of page 4 of the presentation, it lists the 5 requests, numbers 25 through 29, over which, if you turn the page, the department has given us the response at the top, not subject to release per attached proposed orders. Wait, and then it lists 3 of them.
Page 4 has what you're asking?
That has the requests, right? So, for example, request number 25 is the names of all SFPD personnel who conducted.
Okay. All right, that's where we're getting to.
Yes,
okay.
25 through 29.
And are they saying all protective orders apply to each request categorically?
Yes.
And that every document that comes within each request, each protective order applies to that document?
That's what they've said. Their letter of February 12th says that. And I'm happy to walk through each of the 3 protective orders, if that would be helpful, to explain why none of the 3 apply to these categories of documents.
Maybe if you could just do one of them.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, the easy one is, well, actually, why don't I do the hard one, because that's probably going to be more useful to you. Because I think the June 22nd and the September 20th order are fairly easy. June 22nd is very short, and it covers something very specific. September 20th, also short, also never signed, so not actually an order. And so in Appendix D is June 22nd in the packet, Appendix D.
Yep.
Appendix E is the September 20th, but why don't we go through the September 21st proposed order? Because that's the one that's a little bit longer and maybe a little bit more difficult. And I think if I can show why this one doesn't apply, it'll assist the task force greatly. So The September 21st proposed order, first of all, let's know that it's a proposed order. It was never signed. Now, there's a clause in the order, and it's in paragraph 16, 15, which is on page 25 of the packet. It's paragraph 15 says, the parties agree to be bound by the terms of this order pending its entry by the court. So until the judge signs off on it, it's just an agreement between the police department and the city on the one hand, and the officers involved in this civil case on the other hand. It is not an order of the court. And keep in mind, they're using this private agreement as a reason to withhold documents.
Okay, but within this, what are the...
Sure. So then let's walk back to the first page of the order, which is on page 21. So let's go to paragraph 2, which is the first highlighted portion.
Sure. Which page again? Sorry.
Page 21 of the packet, which is the first page of the order.
The September 21st order. Okay.
The September 21st order. It's the first highlighted portion in paragraph 2. It says, paragraph 2 explains what the order is intended to govern. It says, this order establishes a procedure for lodging and filing under seal information disclosed in discovery, to which, and then there's a dash portion, to which Penal Code
Right, 832.7
may apply.
Okay, but all of this stuff was related to this particular case, the Doherty versus City and County case. This wasn't actually... the way I think of it is how the parties are prosecuting their case in court over officer or former officer, I don't know what his status is, Officer Doherty, not whether or not they can produce these documents to you as a third party under the Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance. Did I miss something?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, there are exceptions that apply if government can't produce something because it's subject to a court order. And that's what I take the police department's argument to be, but I also see your point that this is not a court order. This is a proposed agreement.
And not only is it not a court order, but we're not asking you to, even if it were a court order, to say that the Sunshine Act trumps the court order. We're saying that the documents we requested are not spoken to by this court order.
Right, which is an easier argument. Okay.
Yeah.
Could we maybe hear from Sergeant?
I actually have one more question for you.
Sure.
Okay, so your argument is also that even if this protective order were in place, that the documents you've requested are outside of the protective order.
That's right.
Okay.
Because if you look at paragraph 2, it's very specific about what this order is designed to do. It's designed to cover a narrow documents that are lodged and filed under seal, documents that are disclosed in discovery. And look, if we were
That's not what you're interested in. It's the underlying stuff that wasn't subject to a protective order or wasn't privileged at the time that it was created.
Correct.
Is that, am I?
You're understanding that correctly. Yes.
CCA 3.
Through the chair, I just want to note one thing. The protective orders that Mr. Fromm is referring to deal with the question of whether police personnel records that are protected by Penal Code 832.7 can be released in this particular case. I just want to point out, however, that that particular Penal Code provision, although it is the subject of the protective order in this particular litigation, more broadly protects police personnel records from disclosure unless there's been a petition to a court and the court has held that the records can be released in an affirmative order. So the posture of this particular case, in the Doherty case, the way the order reads, it may suggest the flip of what actually the law requires, which is that police personnel records cannot be released unless the person seeking them has gone to court and convinced the court that they should be, and the court has issued an order granting that release.
Under a Brady or Pitches process or something like that.
Well, it sometimes comes up in the Brady process. It is referred to as a Pitches motion, and it can happen in a variety of settings, and most typically it happens when there's some litigation involving the conduct of a police officer where someone has sued that officer, but it can come up in other settings as well. For instance, if a member of the public wanted records that were within a police personnel file, they could file a petition with the Superior Court seeking those records and convince the court that they should be released.
And I completely agree with and acknowledge that analysis. The thing about our request is numbers 25 through 29 don't seek police personnel records. It's as simple as that. So if they don't seek police personnel records and these orders are designed and targeted at police personnel records, they shouldn't be used as a basis for withholding.
Could we hear from Sergeant Siri? I'm going to get it wrong again.
Siriaco, no.
Siriaco.
That's fine, sir. That's
on
okay.
On the 25 through 29 scope and whether or not and why you think it would be covered?
Sir, unfortunately, I do not have the legal background to even speak to that.
Okay. How about the items? Do you have a copy of the book, by the way?
I do.
Okay. The items 25 through 29, whether it's there or in their original request?
Oh, okay. I do have this summary.
Okay.
Okay.
So somewhere, can you tell us why you think 25 through 29 aren't subject to disclosure?
Well, I can speak to what was, what our response was, if that's what you're asking.
Let's
Is that what
start
you're
with
asking? Okay. I believe First Ada Benuelos, who was assigned the task to consult with the different units, I believe she also consulted with the city, the deputy city attorney, with regards to those requests as well. And that, I believe, is the outcome of that consultation.
Okay. So basically, based on the one signed protective order and the two proposed and unsigned protective orders, you're standing by the assertion that none of the items in 25 through 29 are subject to disclosure?
Yes, sir. And again, I want to emphasize I do not have the legal background to give you more of a definition. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, well, at a minimum for the signed order, right, I think we all might agree that the signed order probably has more force than the unsigned orders? Seems so to me. How in that June 22nd signed order, how does that make those 5 items not subject to disclosure?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to answer that.
Could Sergeant Youngblood help you?
Like the sergeant says, neither one of us have been to law school. Neither one of us have the experience to be able to talk with this. What we are is facilitators.
Fair enough.
And we go by what the city attorney advises us on. And
Is there anyone these days over at Police Legal who actually is an attorney? Because there used to be and have been from time to time. We've seen them here at the task force.
Not at the moment, there is not.
Not currently?
Well, let me rephrase that. There are attorneys. They're assigned to different functions. We have an attorney, well, we have 3. That's part of the Internal Affairs Division. And we have one that works on the pitches motion.
Mm-hmm. But not somebody dealing with public records.
The person that we go to for advice with regards to the Public Records Act requests that come in through the legal division, we go to
the city attorney.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Alicia, got it. Jerry, do you have any suggestion for how to proceed on this? Because I could keep asking and I'll get tired.
Through the chair, looking at categories 25 through 29, I don't think it's possible to say categorically whether those all responsive records,
right,
all records responsive to those categories would be encompassed by the privilege of Penal Code 832.7.
Yeah.
But certainly there could be records that were subject to that. For example, most internal affairs investigation records are subject to that privilege and are not disclosable. Mm-hmm. It's a very strong protection that's in state law for police officers, whether members of the public agree with that or not is a different question, but it is in the state law. But not having seen the records, I couldn't, speak to whether they are subject to the disclosure or not.
Well, that actually suggests something else to me, and then I'll yield to, where's Mr. Fram? You chose to bring your complaint or petition, as it were, to the task force.
Yes.
Did you consider submitting a petition to the supervisor of records? You're familiar with that process?
We studied all of our options,
Okay.
including the supervisor of records, and going straight to district court. We decided to go this route first, and to.
You still have those other options.
Okay.
I mean, this might be the kind of thing that is more appropriate for a supervisor of records inquiry, because usually that's routed to somebody on the government team, in this case, somebody who didn't handle the initial request and who, because they're a city attorney, has the ability to review in camera the documents and say, yeah, that seems to me like it's covered by 832.7. That other thing seems like it's kind of under the protective order. Right. This third thing, maybe not, and maybe they ought to give that over.
Right.
I don't know. We normally don't review things in camera, so we can't really look at the underlying things and say yay or nay. We can certainly talk about timing and responsiveness and whether there's a production schedule.
Okay.
Those are all, I think, appropriate issues before the task force. But if you actually want to go to specific things that they're asserting privileges and exemptions for, in this case, I'm not sure that we're as good on that. Mark?
Well, yeah, I think now, especially when we're dealing so abstractly with documents that folks don't even, and no offense, but you don't know, the exemptions that you're applying and the justification for particular documents. So we're dealing very high level here. I really think our best value add would be to help facilitate some type of production schedule and to get the police department on track towards completing this request. And if after that completion was, after that production was completed, if there were still disputes about particular exemption claims or particular documents, then maybe we could help, or maybe then that would be better for the supervisor of records too. But at this point, I just, it feels very abstract, and I think we would be best served to just push the police department.
Understanding that if you're dealing with Judge Goldsmith, he's not going to be there much longer, so the clock's ticking. I get that. Cool.
Member Wolf?
I'm hearing all of this, but at the same time, when we go back to these actual protective orders and the way that they're written and the testimony from the police department, I'm not hearing a case as to why these protective orders are actually inclusive of these items. Now, I think that based on what I'm hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if the police could successfully get an additional protective order that did incorporate some of these questions with 25 to 29. But I think that the attorney from the Blue Ribbon Task Force has made a legitimate case that these items are not really inclusive, 25 to 29 are not inclusive of the protective order, and I haven't heard an argument as to why they would be inclusive of the protective order from the police. The police have spoken to the fact that they're not lawyers, this isn't their field of expertise, but I think that then links to this is just sort of the reality of the situation, but not having successfully brought someone who can argue that, that burden, I believe, does fall on the police department. And if there isn't someone in your department that can answer that, I don't know what the best approach would be other than to have provided a memo from someone to have spoken to that. But I still am lacking the argument as to why the protective order subsumes those 5 items or 4 items.
Can I also add to that? I may As Deputy City Attorney Threet suggested, I'm not a huge fan of 832.7.8. I think it's overbroad, but be that as it may, if the department had cited those as a basis for nondisclosure, I could live with that a lot better than particularly a proposed protective order or even really a signed protective order. I'm just not sure in my mind how a protective order that's pretty vague, talking about documents filed under seal in a court case, somehow controls with respect to a third-party public records request. It seems like it's sort of operating in two different places. So I guess I'm leaning to thinking at a minimum that the justification that the police provided under 67.26 is insufficient as to those items. And again, to one of the sergeants, can you provide, not necessarily to the task force, but to the complainant, a production timeline and say, here's what we've already done, here's what's in process this week, here's what's coming up after that. We would hope in the next 6 weeks or X number of weeks or whatever to wrap this up. And, we can certainly discuss things that we may disagree on, but at least here's where we are on a production timeline. Is that not possible? Is that possible?
I hear what you're saying. I understand what your recommendation would be. And if I could just touch on what Member Wolf was mentioning. Although Sergeant Youngblood and I cannot speak to the legal aspect of the exemptions, I believe the exemptions have been listed in response not only to the Blue Ribbon panel, but to you folks as well to address this complaint. And I'll touch on, I'll go ahead and cite the letters that were sent. We sent a letter to address to Mr. Victor Young, dated the 21st of January, with an explanation more detailed with regards to the exemptions that we used for certain, and I understand it is very general. It doesn't specifically address each of the 86 separate requests, but it does explain the exemptions that were used with the responses that we have produced to the Blue Ribbon, and there have been, I believe, 5 batches thus far. And to address your
Okay, but let me just stop you for a second. If you're talking about the January 21st letter to the task force, is that
Yes,
what
sir.
you just cited?
Yes, sir.
I'm just looking at that quickly. I'm not sure that I see the protective orders as one of the,
What page is that?
starting on 246. I'm not sure that I see the protective orders as one of the bases for non-disclosure. You've got other stuff in there.
I'm sorry, I may have missed it. What I'm saying may have been misinterpreted. What I indicated when I mentioned that letter, it does cite all of the exemptions that were put forth with the responses thus far.
Not exactly.
Well, on page 2, are we looking at the same letter?
Yeah.
January 21st?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 2.
On the second page, it goes on to cite all of the, I guess, and maybe I'm not, maybe the question that Member Wolf.
Okay, I'm sorry. It may be a timing issue. That was a January 21st letter. The letter of February 1st, which was 10 days later, cited among other bases the protective orders. Was that, to Mr. Fran, was that the first time they asserted the protective orders as a basis? Yeah. Was the February 1st letter? Okay, so that's why that was subsequent.
Okay.
And it's also worth noting that they're not, so in that February 1st letter, they cite 832.7 to withhold some categories of records, but
not those.
For 25 through 29, all they cite are the protective orders.
Yeah, and in some ways it's actually telling that you're not citing 832.7 as a basis for withholding on 25 through 29.
Are we referring to the
February 1st letter.
February 1st letter?
If we do this again, and it's one of the two of you, or if you can get back to Lieutenant Moon on this.
Yes, sir.
When we're actually dealing with this kind of detail, which is more detailed in terms of police stuff than we usually get into, it would be great. You guys are nice people, but it would be really good if there was someone who was a lawyer and could deal with this, whether it's from the city attorney's office, from police legal, internal affairs, somebody who can speak to this, because we're getting to a point where we can't do much more with it.
Okay.
Again, on this issue of a production schedule, can you tell us tonight, or can you provide to the complainant a schedule for how the rest of this gets dealt with?
I don't know what the conversation was with regards to his conversations with Lieutenant Woon, but the contacts have been made in working with and assisting him to narrow down his request so that we can efficiently and as quick as possible respond to all of the documents that he's asking for. There's been notes that the lieutenant has provided with conversations. The last one, I believe, Mr. Fram has mentioned. But as far as a date that was set, that I'm unfamiliar with.
Okay, so to Mr. Fram then, because this might be the thing that we can help you with.
Okay.
What is it that would be good? Do you want them to say we can get this all done in 6 weeks? Do you want them to say let's figure out in the next couple of days when we can get this done and put it in writing to you?
Yeah, if they in the next, before how long?
Soon. Since he's not here, maybe we'll start calling him Lieutenant Soon. We'll get to it soon.
Sorry, thank you for letting me.
You missed my joke.
See with my colleagues. If they could tell us by Friday in a letter, either on a wholesale basis or request by request, dates by which they'll produce these categories for which they've said they are gathering/generating records, that would be a good outcome for us tonight.
Which request numbers are those?
Sure. Those, if you turn to Appendix B, B as in boy, it's numbers 2, 6, 8, 10, 11, 15, 22. And I haven't mentioned this till now, but there's still one request they haven't even acknowledged. That's request 21. They have not, in any of the correspondence, said anything about that request. So for those requests, if we could by Friday in writing have a timeline, either wholesale or request by request, that they've had 11 weeks to think about this.
And we would want, the task force would like a copy of that.
Correspondence.
Of that correspondence, right. I have...
I'm sorry.
Okay. And just one more thing. We would still reserve the right to object if we don't like the timeline that they provide because it's too long or unrealistic.
And further, that you still have other avenues of appeal
And
if
we
you don't like the
completely
response,
reserve-
et cetera,
Yes.
et cetera. Yeah, I think that's understood.
I have a question for you. I'm looking for possible violations of the ordinance here. So you said you had a productive discussion with Lieutenant Woon last week. So this was after you filed your complaint with us. I'm wondering, was there ever any attempt to talk with you, meet with you, to help you narrow your request or prioritize? Do you feel that there was any attempt to help you with this? Because that's part of the ordinance, to help the requester.
Right. So we actually think that filing the complaint was an important driver of their subsequent productions. We filed it on the 12th, and since then is when they've started to produce more documents. So we thank the task force for serving its role. They've never called us. In a couple letters, they've said that they want to work with us. I had a conversation with Lieutenant Woon earlier in February, which didn't get very far because they still hadn't produced very much. It was either late January or early February. I think it was late January. They still hadn't produced very much. The conversation I had with Lieutenant Woon last week was focused on the requests to which they've either partially produced or in the process of producing, and I want to help, identify, for them what we want, so that we can get the documents we want to conduct our investigation. So I have no objection with working with Lieutenant Woon, but to answer your question more directly, they've never contacted us. They've never called us to see if they could help us narrow or prioritize.
Okay. I'm also wondering about, so do you feel that there are numerous requests that you made for which inadequate justification was given for withholding, other than the ones we've been talking about with these unsigned protective orders?
Yeah, there's a couple more that, because time was short tonight, I didn't focus on my arguments. Request 16V as in Victor, we requested the Police Academy Training Manual. They invoked Government Code 6254F, which deals with investigations. We don't think that justification is adequate. Request 14, we requested all bias complaints in IAD, and they've sort of said two different things on that request. They've said, well, Government Code 6254F prevents us from withholding, but we also don't keep the records in the manner sought. We would have to go through each and every one to determine which one involved bias, which itself is a telling response that they don't keep statistics or summaries on that. But it also suggests that there's some willingness to produce and redact. And then so we're confused about where the department stands on that request.
And just on that last bit, I think they could probably disclose the number of files that are at issue. So if we'd have to look through 23 different files, that's different from we'd have to look through 5,000 different cases.
Yes. And that kind of detail would be helpful. And that's why I started by saying we want to know what their process is. We want to know a little more detail.
And of course, by suggesting a number, that doesn't suggest that there was necessarily misconduct, just that an inquiry was opened. So, I know they get worried when they start talking about numbers. But anyway, I think that's you're not going to figure this out unless you can actually look at real stuff, or we're just talking about stuff.
Right. And we, as you pointed out, there are portions of the law that provide strong protections for peace officers, and we're aware of those. We don't necessarily agree with them, and we're trying to figure out ways where we can get information without those sections applying.
This, I think there's some potential lessons and good things that come out of all of this. It's certainly not all bad. You didn't file a complaint about OCC. Did you make any separate requests to Joyce and the OCC folks about records that they may have that are useful?
We have not made a Public Records Act request to the OCC. We have received records from them informally.
Okay.
And the records that we've received right now we feel are adequate for the things that we're studying.
I think if we're headed to any sort of violation for whatever that's worth, it seems to me like it's a 67.21 violation for failure to provide within 10, 14, 24 days requested records. And I think we probably could find a basis for that, and or failure to properly assist under 67.21C. In terms of, well, there's been assistance, but to further assist it. You want to say something?
Yes, please. May I?
Yes.
I just want to touch on the statement that he says and reemphasizes that there was no assistance made. And looking over the notes that were provided, on the 29th, this is Lieutenant Woon's notes, he received a call from Nick Fram.
The 29th.
January 29th.
January 29th. And
6
that
weeks
was
after
at,
the request.
Yeah, but the request was submitted in December.
6 weeks after the request.
Yes, and then there was correspondence too, like I said, that I can't speak to, that Berseda would have done, whether it was to...
Before that?
I cannot definitely say.
I'm not suggesting that there hasn't been assistance, just that there hasn't been enough, and it wasn't early enough, and that they keep having to initiate.
Okay.
So there's kind of an affirmative responsibility of the department to assist. It's not just if someone keeps pestering you, you'll finally call them back. It's you got the request, then it's on you to produce, explain why not, assist, figure it out. So,
Got it.
So
Got it.
anyway, getting to the solution here.
Okay.
I think if we ask for a production schedule by Friday, provided to the complainant, copied to the task force. On the task force, I'm certainly not interested in seeing any more underlying records. I am interested in seeing communications back and forth and production schedule. So cover letters, I'm interested in. Underlying records, not at all. But I think we would also encourage you to actually sit down in a room, a nice little room, your place, their place, someplace in between. You've got offices at the Hall of Justice, you've got offices on 3rd Street, wherever, with Lieutenant Woon. Who does he roll up to now? A Deputy Chief of Administration, probably?
No, Deputy Chief is Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff, the old Tom Scheuer job, whoever's doing that now.
That would be Deputy Chief Hector Sinus.
Somebody. Anyway, somebody above Lieutenant Woon who can say, yes, let's do this, assign the right people, make it happen. Perhaps with Joyce or somebody from OCC, because it may well be that OCC has gone through some of this over time and has some useful records that they've already fought with you guys about. And so they may say, yeah, we can help you with item 14. We've already... That might be useful. Anyway, I just want to encourage a meeting of the minds. There's some things that you should put in writing and get it down, establish a schedule, produce according to the schedule. If the schedule changes, advise them immediately that there's a change to the schedule, but really encourage you guys to sit down and figure this out. I suspect that you will still have differences, and we can deal with that in the future. You know about those avenues, but at least try to work together, because I don't know how far apart you are. I just think you need to figure out how you're going to work through this. It's a pile of work. We understand that. They know that. We all know that. You got to figure out how to get from here to there. Does that?
No, that makes sense. And I just wanted to say, by the way, if you had, you must have felt like you were being hit by a big truck when you get this request. And so, the thing to have done at that point was to contact the requester and say, this is enormous amount of information you're asking for. Help us out here. What is most important to you? And, having had that, if you would have had that meeting a couple months ago, you would have probably saved yourself a lot of time. And we might not be sitting here at 9:15 talking about it. Maybe not.
You didn't respond and say, this is a lot of stuff, we're not going to produce anything, this is overwhelming. But at the same time, you didn't quite say, let's figure out how to work through this and get you what you need that we can provide.
So that's sort of the spirit of this. And then the end saves time and aggravation. So now where are we?
And you
in
got all the
process? Any
notes
more
about
questions
having
here?
somebody assigned for complex cases like this. And if someone says, I just want, some training academy related report, yeah, Berseda can handle that. That's cool. Something this big, the lieutenant should have assigned it to somebody, said, you're the point person on this. This is bigger than just a standard records request, because this really is a big deal thing.
Unfortunately, it's Berseda, and like I said, limited staff. But I will relay the recommendation of the task force to the lieutenant, and hopefully we'll move forward in assisting Mr. Fram get his.
And if we can be of more use in the future, if we need to send a formal communication to the chief or to the commissioner or the mayor and say, you know, your unit within the police department needs appropriate staff that's flexible. So when you get a big...
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I thought you might like that. That when you get a big request, that if you need to borrow someone from another unit in the department, you can do that so as to get to work through this. I mean, I don't know that you need an army of 10 people to deal with public records. Well, you might when we start getting body camera video, but anyway. But otherwise, if you can just borrow people to get through a complex thing, that might be helpful.
I will relay that to the bosses.
Let us know. Are we getting somewhere for you, Mr. Fran?
Yes, as I said many times, and as I think the task force understands, we want a production schedule that they don't have to give it to us right now. They can give it to us by Friday. It's not the first time we've asked them for a production schedule, but we're hoping with your imprimatur, asking them for a production schedule would be helpful. We remain, reserving all our other rights, of course, we remain deeply skeptical, and in fact, we disagree with some of the exemptions they cited to withhold. I've gone through them tonight. I don't know if your resolution wants to express the task force view or skepticism. I understand the task force doesn't seem inclined to outright say that those exemptions don't apply, but if there's a sentiment or a sense of the task force that you want to express in your resolution, I'd encourage you to do that.
Is there an urgency to that, or could we defer that until you get more production of records, and then we could address later on whether some or all of their, or which of their asserted exemptions
There's a
are
little bit of
unwarranted?
urgency just because it's been so long, and we are concerned that one of the things the department's doing is just trying to run out the clock. They realize the task force won't last forever, and the longer they can withhold,
You'd like the panel to produce a report during our lifetime, not after?
I think that's the goal.
Okay. Did we do rebuttals?
No, we haven't done rebuttals. So at this time, first the respondent and then the complainant have 3 additional minutes. If you have anything further to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The complainants, do you have?
No, I don't think we have anything more to add except to thank the task force for its time and to point that we even outlasted Mr. Petrellis. So.
That's quite an accomplishment. Okay. All right, the matters with the task force.
It'll be on someone's Prop G count. Never mind. I'm thinking in my head about how to craft a motion. As I suggested, to the extent there's a violation, I think it's 67.21 only. Jerry, does that make sense?
Not 21A and
21.
C.
I mean, do we? Okay. I mean, I guess I'm now thinking out loud whether insufficient or inappropriate justification for withholding under, 67.26 is appropriate at this time, or whether that should happen later. I mean, I agree. I'm not crazy about the 6254F assertion for the training academy information, or the assertions about 25 through 29. So maybe we should just toss those in and ask them to reconsider.
Wait, so you want to include 67,
I'm thinking about, yeah.
26 and 27?
Yeah, it's actually, I guess it's more, I keep saying 26, it's really more 27. Well, maybe
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we know enough about, not to say 26, but
Yeah, okay.
27,
Fair enough.
because there are a number of things that have been withheld with no clear justification given. So do I hear a motion?
Yeah, all right, I'll so move.
So
To find a violation of 67.21 for failure to produce records on a timely basis, and 67.27 for failing to properly justify some of the withholding, including, help me for a second, the The training thing was at 14V?
16 V as in Victor.
Like I said, 16V is in Victor, and 25 through 29. Which is not to say that those records are necessarily subject to disclosure, but that those asserted exemptions or privileges seem inappropriate to the task force.
Do I hear a second? Is there a second to the motion?
No.
I'd second. I would just add that, so I guess it's not purely a second, but I wonder if you would consider adding a failure to work with the requester. To,
right.
I don't think that was initially, you talked about the timeliness violation.
That's fine. Why don't
So A and 67.21A and C.
Right, 21A for failure to timely provide, 21C for failure to properly assist.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't assist, but they could have better assisted given the scope of the thing. And I think we should be clear in this because it's going to take a while for us to put out an order that we're asking the department to provide a production schedule by this Friday, 2 days hence, and request or suggest that a meeting of a sit-down meeting of the minds occur to figure out the old phrase, the path forward to providing, to responding to fully respond to the request.
I'd also add for you all that you should provide SFPD with some type of item or some way to prioritize the items that you're interested in. So, if you're interested in number 25 with the most urgency, put that at the top of the list, and that'll help.
And that they should try to respond to
that. And that will help in the making of a production schedule.
So we have a motion and a second. Do you have a second?
Did you second?
Okay. Okay.
I will restate to do all that and remember.
Okay. All right. Good. So is there any public comment? I didn't see any public. So
Is it clear to everyone? Because I just babbled for a while.
The motion is to find a violation of 67.21A for failure to timely produce, to respond to the public records in a timely manner. 67.21C for failure to provide sufficient assistance, and 67.27 for failure to provide appropriate justification for withholding.
That work?
Okay.
And as to 14V and 25 through 29 only.
And it is requested that the complainant, suggested to the complainant that they provide a priority list of their items requested, and it is requested that the police department provide a date of production by Friday. End of business, may I assume?
Yes.
And we suggest that a meeting be arranged among the appropriate folks to discuss.
There are no members of the public in the room at this time. Is there any public comment? There is no public comment at this time.
Police department is clear on what we're asking? I just want to be sure there's no
Yes, I will relay all the information to the bosses when I return to the office tomorrow morning.
I'm sure they'll enjoy that. Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much.
On that motion, Member Rummold. Aye. Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Kinsey absent. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Do you have any additional orders?
Well, since there's a timeliness issue here, I think we need to follow this up as soon as possible with, I don't know, when is compliance?
I believe the next meeting.
It's not until April, right? Compliance and amendments?
It will be in April. EOTC is meeting on the 14th of this month.
We could bring it back to the full task force.
Yes, you could bring it back to the full task.
That's what we'll have to do. So,
We'll find a violation, and we'll schedule a follow-up at the full task force at their next meeting, beginning of April.
okay,
Well,
all right.
You said there's a real timeliness issue. Chris, could we send it to EOT, discuss it in a week and a half, and depending on what's happening at that point, maybe forward it back to the full task force or send it to compliance? I mean, just do a check-in in a week and a half?
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
The matter will be referred to the EOTC to follow up on the
That help you?
instructions.
When is that meeting?
That is, go ahead.
Monday, the 14th of this month.
Okay.
At approximately 4 o'clock.
Okay.
I can probably
assume
give
I
you
can-
more specific time as we get.
I can work with you, Mr. Young, to figure out when and where and.
Does that work for the sergeant, direct approach?
I'm sorry, I'm at a loss. EO.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's a subcommittee of this committee, education, outreach, and training, where we can, I guess, monitor it and make sure everything's on schedule. So if you can just pencil in Monday,
March the 14th.
at 4 p.m.
Yes.
And do we want to suggest bringing someone,
Definitely bring Lieutenant Woon if
Yes.
he's around.
Yes,
and
please.
Either one. It doesn't have to be both of you, but at least one of you.
I'd also, I think it's worth noting that if you all both agree that you don't need to come before the task force in a week and a half, that you should tell us and that you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, let us know next week if things are going well. If you've had the sit-down meeting and everyone's on track and you don't need this check-in, feel free to let Victor know and we won't do it.
Yeah, through the chair, if you could let, I think we have to give, 3 days notice? 3 business days?
At this time, this is their notice.
No, but I'm saying for the EOTC meeting.
For the agenda, I produced the agendas on Friday afternoon, the week prior.
So Friday the 11th of March, whatever it is?
Approximately the 10th, I believe.
Okay.
9th or 10th.
So perhaps you can let us know on Monday how the Friday meeting went and whether we should keep it on the March 14th agenda.
Oh, okay, I didn't understand the plan is to meet by Friday. I thought we were going to
No.
get a letter from them by Friday.
It's the letter by Friday, and if they're willing to meet, you should try to meet in the next few days as well. Maybe after the letter, maybe to explain the letter, something like that.
Okay.
If you could let us know probably by like next Wednesday if you need this on calendar, I think that works.
Yeah, so we can use our subcommittee on the 14th to help monitor. But if things are going swimmingly and you don't need that, try and give us like 48, 72 hours notice so we can put something else on the agenda that might need to be heard.
Okay.
That's it, yeah. So basically just stay in touch with Victor about everything. Thank you.
It's a plan.
The matter has been referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. Next on the agenda is item number 10.
Thank you, Jerry.
File number.
Okay.
We still have 6.
We still have 6.
Still have 6.
But member Rummel.
I stayed.
Well, okay, I think we can continue some things.
Okay. All right.
Well, but Josh just left. So if I.
Would you like to list items you'd like to continue to next week at this time?
Let's continue 10. We can pass the minutes.
Minutes we should.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minute? Oh, I'm sorry, call the item, please. Item number.
Item number 10, you'd like to take a motion to continue the matter? There's no members of the public in this room at this time.
Let's continue items 10 and 10, 12, and 13. How about that? Does that work? Is there anything we need to do under 10, 12, or 13 tonight?
We have a copy of the administrator's report.
We can put off the minutes until next week.
Okay, all right.
So let's just
Not too far
continue
behind.
everything?
Yeah.
Would you like to continue items 10, 11, and 12?
And 13.
10, 11,
13.
12, and 13.
Yes.
Mad if we did 10 without them here.
Can we do so without objection?
Or we could do them and not have any public people here and go right
Somebody
through
make
it.
the motion to continue 10 through 13.
10 through,
Make the
somebody
motion.
move.
A motion to continue items 10 through 13
Second.
without objection.
Without objection.
And I'd like to note there are no members of the public in the room at this time.
However,
Would you like to adjourn the meeting at this time?
All business having been concluded?
Good. The meeting is adjourned.
certainly would make some of those